Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry betrayed and became the ultimate master of magic. Here is short summary. With magic beyond even Dumbledore and Voldemort, Harry reshapes the wizarding world, proving no force can challenge his power. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. After a short time though, Harry had come over to him and offered him a hand, and grudgingly, Ron took it and Harry pulled him to his feet, still trying his hardest not to laugh anymore. As Ron thought back on that day, he realized he must have looked quite hilarious just lying sprawled out in the middle of the corridor like that, and he didn't blame them for laughing at all. Once he was safely back on his feet, Ginny had come up beside Harry and he put his arm over her shoulder protectively before any of them spoke. "What, might I ask, is going on here?" he had demanded of his best friend and little sister. "Well, we were dancing," answered Ginny simply, as though that were the most obvious answer in the world. "I could see that, but you two, together. I thought we understood each other on this one, Harry. We are in perfect understanding, Ron. You don't approve of your baby sister dating, no matter who she dates, but we decided to follow our own hearts on this one, and they led us to this hallway tonight to dance. Honestly, Ron, you're worse than Fred and George. When they found out, they congratulated us and said they were happy I found someone they could trust. Besides, would you prefer it if I dated someone you didn't know, or better yet, how about Neville or Seamus, or there's always boys from other houses, you know, Malfoy is kind of a dish," she said, with a mischievous grin on her face. At her last statement though, both of the boys stared at her in open-mouthed shock before Ron gathered his wits enough to speak again. "No, you misunderstood me, Gin. I am happy you and Harry are together. It will just take some getting used to, that's all," he said hastily, trying his hardest to backpedal over his previous statement as quickly as possible. "I'll just leave you two now, but don't be too long. It's almost curfew and I will not stand for Harry corrupting you, Gin, and causing you to break the rules. For all you know, you could end up in the Forbidden Forest with Aragog. I'll see you in a bit," he concluded before turning on his heel and making for the end of the hallway as quick as possible, but before he was out of earshot, he heard Harry speak to Ginny again. "You wouldn't really date any of those other guys, would you, Ginny? Not that I have anything against Neville and Seamus, but honestly, you think Malfoy is dishy?" he asked incredulously. Ron had to speed up to get out of earshot so that he didn't bust out laughing, so he wasn't able to hear his sister's response, not that he really wanted to though. As he was lost in the memory of happier times, he didn't notice that Hermione and Ginny had reached him until Hermione spoke his name. "Ron, are you ready to go? Everyone else has left," she said gently. Startled back into the present, Ron looked over to his sister and saw that her head was down and she appeared lost in her own thoughts about happier times. "She's too young to have to go through this," he thought angrily to himself. "Why must she be forced to find someone who she cares about and cares about her in return, only to have him tragically pulled from her life forever? Damn you, Voldemort, what right do you have to do this to such an innocent girl?" But then he thought again, what right do you have to do this to any of us? None of us deserve this, least of all Harry. He thought miserably before putting on a brave face for his sister and best friend's sake and nodded his head, indicating that he was indeed ready to go. In one sense of the word, he was dressed, but he was far from ready to have to go to a memorial service for his best friend. They then made their way out the portrait hole, and following a few other students that had not already left, made their way toward the entrance hall, meeting up with several other students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff on the way. As they descended the stairs into the entry hall, they noticed that almost the entire school was already there waiting to be allowed to enter the Great Hall. No one was surprised that although the memorial service was not an official function of the school, every student had decided to attend, including the whole of Slytherin House, the last of which were making their way up from the dungeon at that very moment. Every one of them owed their lives to Harry. If it hadn't been for him, the attack would have resulted in most of their deaths. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny settled themselves against a far wall and waited patiently in silence to be allowed to enter. As they waited, they all noticed the pale face and white hair of a Slytherin student get their attention, and he, noticing their looks, inclined his head slightly toward them, his face breaking into a sad smile, not his traditional smirk, but a true smile. Things have defiantly changed, thought Ron grimly, returning the gesture to the Slytherin for a moment before their attention was taken to the opening of the doors to the Great Hall, revealing the form of Professor McGonagall as she pulled the doors silently shut behind her. She was dressed in a set of plain black robes, and the expression on her face was one of utter emotional pain and loss. As she entered the entrance hall, the few people who had been whispering to one another stopped immediately and gave the deputy headmistress their undivided attention. It was so unnaturally silent in the room, that the professor's voice rang through the hall and was easily heard by all present as she spoke. "Students, I am pleased to see that all of you decided to attend on this sad day. In just a moment, you will be permitted to enter, but I must warn you that due to the large number of guests, most of you will be required to stand at the back of the hall. Many of your families are present and you are welcome to join them if the room allows for it. If none of you have any questions, then please follow me," she instructed in a level voice, like she was trying her hardest not to break down in front of her students. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny found Fred and George and followed the twins into the Great Hall. The first thing that struck Hermione was just how many people were there. The 4 house tables and the head table were missing, replaced instead by what seemed like thousands of chairs in neat rows across the hall, with several aisles running between them. Hermione's eyes then traveled up toward the front of the hall where a small stage had been erected. There were several bright bouquets of flowers on the stage, as well as a pedestal with a bright golden plaque on it that read, "To Mr. Harry Potter for outstanding courage and bravery toward Hogwarts School, earned March 4th, awarded June 4th. Next to the plaque was a Muggle photo of Harry sitting by the lake, Ginny wrapped in his arm and Ron and Hermione standing beside them. They were all smiling broadly and Hermione recognized the picture as one Colin took on Valentine's Day that year. They had all been so happy that day, thought Hermione bitterly, and with a lump in her throat she realized that the photo was taken less than a month before the attack. None of them had any idea that day that their lives were about to be completely turned upside down. They quietly made their way up one of the center aisles until they came to a group of red heads a few rows from the front. Mr. Weasley was sitting on the edge, his wife next to him with tears running down her cheeks. Both stood to give the new arrivals each a tight embrace and the 5 students took the empty seats, Ginny beside her mother, with Ron, Hermione, Fred and George coming next. Percy was in front of them with Bill and Charlie on either side of him. All 3 brothers turned and greeted the young students warmly before turning around to focus their attention back on the headmaster who had just stepped up onto the stage to begin. "Students, friends, I welcome you all to Hogwarts, even though the circumstances are less that enjoyable. We are gathered here today to remember the life of perhaps the most powerful young wizard to have ever graced these hallowed halls, Mr. Harry Potter. As you are all well aware, 3 months ago today, the castle was invaded by Lord Voldemort and an army of Dementors and Death Eaters. All the students fought hard and many sustained severe injuries, but miraculously, all survived. That would have not been the case though if the attack had not been stopped by Mr. Potter. He willingly confronted the Dark Lord and pulled his attention away from the castle. What transpired next is still a mystery to all involved. Something occurred that caused the Dementors and Death Eaters that hadn't been restrained or stunned to vanish, as well as Voldemort and Harry. We don't know if they were destroyed or if they merely vanished, but what we do know is that no sign of the Dark Lord or Mr. Potter have been found, despite the Ministry's greatest efforts. We can only assume that Harry was able to destroy the Dark Lord by sacrificing himself. In a Muggle town of London, far from the wondrous castle and grounds that made up Hogwarts, a large busy hospital was going about its daily routine when the doors of the emergency room burst open to reveal a terrible sight. Several nurses and doctors rushed up to the new arrival as he haltingly made his way out of the hospital entrance, only to find himself collapsing onto the floor in a heap. "Child, what's wrong with you? Who are you and who did this?" asked one of the doctors hastily as he got a clear view of the patient lying on the floor in front of him. He had jet black hair that hung in tangled, bloody mats to his shoulders and he was wearing peculiar loose-fitting black robes that hung to his wrists and ankles and came all the way up to his neck, effectively hiding all but his face and hands from view. His clothing was caked with blood as well and was very frayed and had tears in several places and even more thin worn patches than could be counted. He had his arms drawn up protectively in front of his chest and the doctor could see that the backs of both of his hands were bruised and bloody. His breathing was very shallow and ragged, and every few seconds he would cough violently, bring up mouthfuls of blood each time. He asked him again who he was and who did this to him as a nurse brought a gurney up behind him, but the stranger didn't answer, just began coughing again, throwing his head forward each time and causing his thick hair to completely obscure his face from view. Gently, as to not startle or hurt the stranger any further, the doctor brushed the hair from the stranger's face and gasped at what he saw. The face was that of a boy no more than 15 or 16, and it was in just as bad of shape as his hands. His eyes were shut tight with pain. "My God, he's just a boy. Quick, let's get him into the exam room," he exclaimed, but before he could begin to move the boy, his wrist was caught in a surprisingly strong grip and he looked at the child in shock as he began to speak, with the most unnaturally bright green eyes he had ever seen focused on the doctor's face without blinking. The memorial service lasted the better part of the afternoon and into the early evening hours, with many different witches and wizards, young and old alike, speaking of happier times. The minister of magic spoke as well as every professor of Hogwarts, and many students, not all from the school. Fleur and Victor came to the castle again to honor the memory of their fellow Tri-Wizard competitor, and many Hogwarts students spoke fondly of good times with her because of Harry. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny listened to all the speakers with rapt attention and smiled or laughed softly at different stories and remarks made by their fellow students, but all three of them held their seats and never approached the podium themselves. As Dumbledore listened to Professor Flitwick speak, his eyes drifted toward the three who were the most affected by Harry's disappearance and his thoughts traveled back about 2 weeks to the day he summoned the 3 students to his office individually to ask why they hadn't signed up to speak at the memorial service. Their answers still rang clear in his ears. His eyes traveled to Ron and he momentarily locked eyes with the young Weasley boy as he thought about his words on that day. "I'm sorry, Headmaster, but Harry was and still is my best friend, and I just refuse to believe that he is indeed gone. The ministry has found no evidence to support their statement that he is dead, and until they do I will not accept it, and I will not give up that he will return. If that flash of light killed Harry and you know who, why did the Death Eaters and Dementors disappear too?" Those who were already stunned were left behind and taken into custody by the ministry, no longer a threat to anybody here, but why were they left at all? Surely they would have been taken too if it were all just some strange force that was at work. "So you see, I will attend the memorial service of course, but I will not stand up there and speak like I think Harry will never return, because he will. He's more powerful than any of us and he would never let you know who kill him," he had concluded before rising from the chair and leaving the stunned headmaster behind. His eyes then traveled to Hermione and his conversation with her came back to his mind as well. "Professor Dumbledore, as hard as it may be for the ministry to believe, Harry is still alive, just lost somewhere I think. There are no records of anything like this ever happening before, and so we have no right to conclude that that flash of light killed all those people. Only 2 people know what really happened between Harry and you know who besides themselves. They were too far away for anyone else to hear them, and until Draco and Ginny are ready to talk about what they saw and heard in more detail, none of us can assume what we think is the truth really happened. All we know is that whatever took Harry away left Ginny and Draco unharmed, even though they were just a couple of feet away from them. I know of no strange phenomenon that is able to pick and choose who it takes. All that I've read about either take everyone or no one, so because of that, I refuse to believe that that thing killed Harry," she had finished with her face a mask of unflinching resolve. Dumbledore sat and thought for a moment about what the 2 students had each said and he agreed with them wholeheartedly on every statement now that he thought about it as Professor Sprout rose to address the gathered crowd. His blue eyes then fell on the face of Ginny Weasley, who, despite the look of denial on her face, had bright tears shining in her eyes, though she refused to let them fall onto her face. His thoughts then wandered to his conversation with the youngest Weasley and girlfriend of Harry Potter. "Miss Weasley, I have called you here today to ask you a few difficult questions," he had begun, and when she nodded her head resolutely, he had continued, "the first of which concerns the reason as to why you refused to speak at the memorial service for Harry in a couple of weeks." After bowing her head for a moment to compose her answer, Her dark amber eyes focused on his face, and without blinking, she said the sentence that would always haunt him. Because I refuse to speak of things I know for a fact aren't true, and I don't think anybody else should either. She had answered with almost an accusing note to her words. Shocked by her statement, he had just stared into her eyes for several moments, trying to figure out how a 15-year-old girl had become wiser than himself, for she had succeeded in putting into one sentence what he himself had been feeling about the entire memorial service that was being planned. Once he had admitted to himself this simple truth, he asked the question that had been hoping for an answer for almost 3 months. Ginny, would you please tell me what really happened that day? I know you don't want anyone else to know, and I promise not to reveal anything you disclose to anybody except to 2 of those who are still looking for Harry, Remus and Sirius. Perhaps what you know could help them know where to look. He asked in a pleading tone, willing her to explain the truth to him this time. As it was, he had asked more times than he could count, both Ginny and Draco, but both had refused to answer, for reasons that were known to them alone. Ron and Hermione hadn't even managed to get her to tell the truth, and he knew they had been trying harder than him to get it out of her. After several moments of silence, he felt resigned to the fact that he would never get an answer and turned his face away from the girl and was about to dismiss her when she began speaking again, much to his surprise and relief. I have wanted to tell you the truth, Headmaster, Ron and Hermione too, but I know what the truth would do to Harry, and I don't want to hurt him when he comes back, so please don't tell anybody but Sirius and Remus. She said with a pleading expression on her face, which vanished when he nodded his head in understanding, wondering what on earth he was about to hear. The young doctor entered the small private room on the upper floor of the hospital to check on his new patient, officially given the name of Minor John Doe. He grunted at the name that had been assigned to the boy. Surely the hospital administration could have come up with something more creative to call the boy until either he awoke or the authorities found out who he was. He quietly approached the bed and tapped the nurse on her shoulder to alert her to his presence. She spun around and faced the doctor, and upon seeing him, her face broke into a grim smile. "Dr. Jacobs, I didn't hear you come in," she said in a quiet voice. "Good evening, Mary, how's he doing?" "Better, sir. We got him cleaned up and he's ready for a more thorough exam." "What did you find out on the preliminary exam and lab work?" "Not much outside of the obvious," he said in a sad tone. "Severe malnutrition and a bad infection somewhere that he's trying to fight, but as far as the physical exam, I couldn't see much because of all the dirt and blood." "Has he had any painkillers or sedatives yet?" "Yes, doctor. He is resting comfortably and can't feel a thing, though I think he would still be unconscious even without them." "I must agree with you on that one, Mary. He's certainly in bad shape, isn't he?" "It looks that way, but of course I'm not the doctor," she answered pointedly, looking up at the still unmoving doctor behind her. "Point taken, Mary. Let's get started," he said, resigned to the fact that he would at some point have to examine and document the boy's extensive injuries. The pair approached the bed in silence, prepared to begin the examination, but before they could even touch the body on the bed, the unidentified boy began shaking uncontrollably as he pulled himself into a tight ball, obviously in extreme pain, the source of which could not be seen. As they watched in shock, he clenched his teeth and fists together tightly as though he were trying not to allow his pain to escape from his lips. The boy continued to convulse for several minutes before his face visibly relaxed as well as his fists before he began to breathe again, pulling in several shallow ragged breaths before a low moan escaped from his still trembling body. He then relaxed immediately, obviously falling back into unconsciousness. The doctor and his nurse stood there in amazement for just moments before both rushed forward and carefully rolled the boy over onto his back. "What was that?" exclaimed Dr. Jacobs. "I thought he got his pain medication." "He did. I think he was having a nightmare," answered Mary as she picked the boy's left arm to pull the blankets back up to cover his body. "What's that, Mary?" asked the doctor suddenly. "What's what, sir?" she answered, obviously confused. "The mark on his arm there," he answered, grabbing the boy's left arm and rolling it over and pulling his sleeve up to reveal the underside of his forearm. The nurse gasped when she saw what he was talking about. There, on the boy's arm plain as day, was a hideous tattoo of a black outline of a skull with a dangerous serpent slithering out of its gaping open mouth. "Harry and I had decided to go for a walk out on the grounds during lunch, Neither of us were in the mood to listen to Ron and Hermione argue any longer. She smiled grimly at the thought and realized that her brother and Hermione had not had a single argument since that day. I got a little cold since it was only the beginning of March, and Harry laughed at me for not grabbing my cloak before we left, but he put his over my shoulders anyways and we stood by the lake together for a long time. I could tell he was cold since he only had his robes on for warmth, and I tried to convince him to go back inside, but he didn't want to, so we sat down on the shore together and started talking. He said he was worried about what was happening in the world, since there had been no sign of you-know-who for almost 2 years, since the Tri-Wizard tournament. Everyone believed he was back, well, almost everyone, but there was no proof. Last year was hard for Harry. He was so jumpy, expecting to be attacked at any moment. He got better as the year went on, getting so wrapped up in studying for the owls, I guess, and I guess he decided that you-know-who was just not brave enough and didn't have enough followers yet to do anything. Sirius coming by to visit helped too, I think, but he still had that look on his face like he knew something was coming and he couldn't stop it. He talked about all this, and to tell you the truth I was surprised. I mean, we have been together since the beginning of last year, but he had never opened up so much before, not even to Ron and Hermione. I just sat there in his arms and listened to all his worries about the future, and though I would never say this to his face, I pitied him. I mean, he was only 16 and had the hopes of the entire wizarding world on his shoulders. I don't see how anybody else could have dealt with everything he has had to face and still be a compassionate, kind, loving person, more concerned with everyone else than himself. With this said, the young girl bowed her head for a moment and let a few silent tears fall from her face before looking back into the face of the headmaster and continuing. It was almost like he knew something was going to happen soon, because he turned me around to face him and said there was something important he had to tell me. I had no idea what he was going to say, and just nodded my head at him to continue, and he said, "Ginny, you know how important you are to me and I need you to promise me something." I was still unsure what he was talking about, so I just nodded again and he looked almost relieved. "Ginny, I think Voldemort is planning something big, that's why he hasn't attacked anything or anyone yet." Still confused, I nodded again and he continued, "I think Voldemort is planning on attacking Hogwarts," he said in a rush. I was shocked. Of all things that I had been thinking he was going to say, this was furthest from my mind. My shock must have showed on my face, because he continued really fast. "Please believe my Ginny, I'm not 100% sure. But I have this weird feeling and I need to make sure you will be alright if anything happens. Promise me, Jin, if the castle is attacked, promise me that you will stay away from the fighting. I'll give you my invisibility cloak to hide under, but promise me that you'll run as far away from the fighting as possible, in one of the secret passages or something until the coast is clear. Please, Ginny, promise me that you will stay out of trouble and promise me that you'll take the cloak with you everywhere so you'll have it when you need it." He just stared at me with a pleading expression in his eyes for several minutes, but I couldn't think of anything to say. I just couldn't believe that the castle would ever be at risk. I mean, everyone knows it's the safest place in the wizarding world, but I couldn't bring myself to promise Harry that I would run away while everyone else was at risk. But his eyes were so intense and pleading that I couldn't refuse to give him what he wanted, so I promised him that I would use the cloak if anything happened and that I would hide in the passage to Honeydukes until someone found me. He looked so relieved when I said that, and he seemed to have a great weight lifted off his shoulders, but what he said next surprised me more than anything he had said before. He told me that he loved me and that he couldn't live with himself if anything happened to me. That too many people had already died because of him and he couldn't take any more blood on his hands. He told me he loved me, she muttered again softly. He loved me. With those words said, she broke down in tears for the first time since that day and buried her face in her hands. Unsure of what he should do, the headmaster walked to the trembling girl and pulled her into a tight embrace, listening to her mutter over and over to herself the same 3 words. He loved me, for several minutes before she broke the embrace and looked deep into the headmaster's eyes before she spoke again. He said he loved me, but I didn't deserve that love from him. When it came down to it, I couldn't keep my promise to him. I couldn't just run and hide and leave him and my friends and brothers behind to be attacked by Death Eaters and Dementors. If I had just proved to him that I loved him too and kept my promise to him by running and hiding like I said I would, then he might still be here today," she finished, staring at the headmaster with tears still rolling down her pale cheeks. "Child, there was nothing you could have done to stop what happened from happening." Harry knew what he was facing when he confronted Voldemort, and unfortunately there was nothing you or I could have done to stop him. He would have faced the Dark Lord at some point, if not that day, then another, no matter what we tried to do to stop him," he said, looking into the girl's sad eyes and willing her to understand his words before he continued. "The only thing you can do for Harry now is to tell me what happened when the attack began. Perhaps then we can know better where to look for Harry, to bring him home. Draco won't tell me, for reasons that I do not know, and I am begging you to tell me what happened, even though it might be hard for you to relive it for me. Your words might be the missing key to tell us where Harry is. Will you tell me?" he asked hopefully, still staring into the girl's eyes that were much too sad for her years. "Yes, sir, I'll tell you," she said meekly, harshly wiping the few remaining tears from her eyes before turning her face back into an unreadable mask before continuing her sad tale. At the same time as Dumbledore was reliving the conversation he had had with Ginny about the events that had occurred on that fateful day, the still unidentified boy in the Muggle hospital was reliving the events themselves in his nightmare. They were sitting close together on the far side of the lake, her enveloped in his tight embrace after she had promised him that she would stay out of danger when the attack came, and he knew it would, though he didn't think that it would come right then. As they sat together, his scar suddenly began to sear in pain, making it feel as though hot needles were forcing themselves deep into his skull and trying to force it apart along his famous scar. He had forced his eyes open instantly against the pain and pulled a still oblivious Ginny around to face him roughly. "Ginny, they're here." "What? Who's here, Harry?" she had demanded, the color draining from her face and her eyes filled with fear. "Voldemort," he had stated simply, jumping to his feet and dragging her up with him, which was very easy since she was very slim and petite. "Run, Ginny, I don't have the invisibility cloak, but you have to hide, now," he shouted frantically, looking all around himself for a visible sign of his enemy that he knew was close. "Run where, Harry? Where could I hide? There is nowhere to hide, and besides, I won't go without you," she said in a small voice, looking up into his eyes pleadingly. "Come with me, Harry, please," she begged him. "Ginny, you promised you would leave when they attacked. Go, hide in the forest, the centaurs will look after you." "No, I won't leave without you, Harry. Ginny, they're here for me, and I can't allow anyone else to get hurt because I won't face him." "What about me, Harry? What will I do if something happens to you while I'm hiding in there?" "Ginny, don't worry about me, I'll be fine just knowing you're safe, but Ron and Hermione are still in the castle and he knows how close they are to me, and he'll try to use them against me, and he'll try to use you too, so please hide, don't give him any more of an advantage over me because I don't think I could refuse him if he got you." When he said that, he noticed tears begin to form in Ginny's eyes for an instant before she nodded her head vigorously and pulled him into a tight hug and whispering in his ear. "Keep them safe, Harry, all of them, I know you can beat him, I love you," she whispered before turning quickly on her heel and fleeing into the forest. "I love you too, Jin," he muttered to her, retreating back before he turned and looked out over the vast grounds to see shadowy shapes begin to emerge from the forest. Trying hard to pull his concentration away from the red-headed girl in the forest and focusing instead on the task at hand, he took a few deep steadying breaths before making his way around the vast lake, summoning all his strength and blocking out the intense pain in his scar. He knew what was about to happen, and he was ready for it. He refused to let anyone else try to protect him. It was his turn to protect them. The black-clad figures were steadily and silently approaching the unsuspecting castle, their eyes all facing forward and their wands outstretched. None of them had noticed the pair of students on the far side of the lake, and they didn't see when one disappeared into the forest and the other began to creep steadily in their direction. Perhaps if they had been a bit more observant, they wouldn't have been about a dozen Death Eaters short from the stunning spells that Harry had sent their way, as one would fall a few steps behind the others. No matter how many he stunned though, Harry couldn't believe that it wasn't even making a dent in their vast numbers. Harry crept even further forward, trying his hardest to keep hidden and silent behind the vast trees on the outer perimeter of the forbidden forest, still stunning every Death Eater he had the opportunity to. As one of his stunners took out another member of the enemy, he noticed with a sinking stomach that they were very close to the entrance of the castle. If only he could get a message to Dumbledore, then at least he would have time to get the students to safety in their common rooms, but that was now looking impossible since the massive army of Death Eaters had now come to a halt encircling the front door. As they stood there, Harry couldn't help getting the feeling in the pit of his stomach that they were waiting for something, or someone. His instinct was proven right an instant later as his insides were turned to ice by a yet unseen force. Looking back into the area of the forest the Death Eaters had come from, Harry saw more black images moving in the shadows, seeming to float over the ground. Dementors, he thought miserably to himself. But the creatures didn't enter into the sunlight-lit grounds though, they hid themselves in the shadows of the forest and waited. They're going to attack anyone who tries to escape, he grumbled inwardly. Just then, another image made its way onto the grounds and caused Harry's scar to explode with a fresh wave of pain, worse than he had ever felt before, causing him to be temporarily blinded by it as he fell to his knees on the hard cold ground, his eyes shut and his fists and teeth clenched, willing himself not to cry out. This new arrival though was not clad in the same black robes as the others, instead his robes were the deep red color of blood. As Voldemort advanced through the field of Death Eaters who all had their heads bowed, he withdrew his wand and stretched it out in front of himself. When he reached a point directly in front of the doors of the castle, he began to speak loudly, his cold cruel voice echoing off the massive towers and stone walls of the magnificent castle. Dumbledore, the time has come for you to bow before the power of the Dark Lord Voldemort. The castle is surrounded and there is no escape for you or your students, and if you don't wish to see their deaths, then surrender to me and give me what I desire, he demanded in a harsh tone that put a sense of dread into the pit of Harry's stomach when realization hit him. Voldemort is here for me, he thought bitterly. Maybe if I surrender, he'll leave and no one else will get hurt. He was about to reveal himself to the evil wizard when the doors of the castle burst open to show the headmaster standing defensively with his wand drawn and pointing straight at Voldemort, looking every bit the most powerful wizard in the world that he was. Harry was not surprised to see all the other teachers standing behind the old wizard, but he was surprised to see a mass of black behind them with several hundred wands outstretched. The other students. No, he'll kill them all, he thought miserably. I will never surrender to you, Voldemort, and neither will this castle, he said in a powerful but steady voice. Voldemort began to laugh, that high cold laugh that had haunted Harry's dream as far back as he could remember. You expect to defeat the greatest Dark Lord of all time with an army of children. He spat the last word at the assembled student like it were poison on his tongue. Don't be foolish, Dumbledore, you know that you are no match for me and these students are no match for my servants. Give up now and all of your lives will be spared. Just give me what I want and turn the castle over to my control, you and your students will live. I will never turn this castle over to you, Voldemort, Dumbledore said, his voice still calm and his wand not wavering in the least. As Harry watched the interaction, still trying to block the pain radiating from his scar, he saw the snake-like face break into the smile of a maniac. Very well then, if you insist, I shall just take what I want by force. You cannot hide the boy forever, Dumbledore, I will have him and I will enact my revenge on him for what he has done to me. You would do good to just hand him over, saving yourself a lot of effort trying to prevent the inevitable. I will even make a deal with you, you can still run this school however you see fit, I will not interfere here until I deem it is time to do so, if you give me the boy. Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing. If he just gave himself up, then they wouldn't hurt anyone. They would leave and then the school could be prepared for them when they tried to take control of it later. His mind instantly made up, he got to his feet, the previous pain in his scar forgotten, and he began walking confidently toward the assembled Death Eaters, positive that everyone would be safe once Voldemort had him. Before he had even taken a half-dozen steps though, he was stopped by a hand gripping his shoulder. Spinning around with his wand drawn, he saw nothing but an arm suspended in thin air by an invisible body. Dropping his wand to his side at once, he glanced over his shoulder to make sure they wouldn't be overheard. Dumbledore and Voldemort were both absorbed in a growing war of words and had all their energies focused on each other. "What are you doing here?" he hissed, almost angrily over his shoulder. Turning back around, he saw a ripple like water for a second before an invisibility cloak fell to the ground, revealing his two best friends. "What are you doing here?" he repeated, trying to keep his voice as quiet as possible. Ron was the first to answer. "Dumbledore wanted us to give you this," he said simply, holding out a blank piece of parchment toward Harry. "What is it?" he asked wearily, not taking his eyes off the item in Ron's outstretched hand. "It's a portkey to take you to Remus and Sirius," Hermione explained in a frantic whisper. "What? No, I won't take that thing." "Why not, Harry? You know who will kill you when he finds you," exclaimed Ron, still whispering at the same time. "Yeah, and he'll kill you, Dumbledore, and the rest of the school when he finds out I'm gone," Harry argued back. Not quite knowing how to respond to this, Ron and Hermione just looked at him like he was insane. "You take it, use the cloak and find Ginny. I told her to hide in the woods. You three get to safety and he won't be able to use you against me if none of you are here," he practically ordered his best friends. "Are you crazy, Harry? Haven't you heard what he's been saying to Dumbledore? He wants to kill you," said Ron in amazement, not understanding his best friend at all. "He's right, Harry, we won't leave you alone with that monster," whispered Hermione. "Please take the portkey, it's the only thing that can save you right now," she was almost pleading with him now. "No, Voldemort is here for me, and I will not see the castle attacked just because I don't want to face him. I will not watch as he kills everyone I care for just to see me in pain. If he has me, he'll leave and you will all be safe." "But why do you have to face him, Harry?" asked Ron, his outstretched arm falling to his side. He knew there was no way to get Harry to take the portkey now. He had already made up his mind and no one could change it. "Because it's my destiny. My whole life has been leading up to this. I know I probably won't survive, but neither will he. I am the only one who can defeat him and he knows that. My blood runs through his veins and that makes him mortal. His life depends on me and if he kills me he will die too. If that is the only the wizarding world will survive, so be it." With that said, he began to back away from his friends, begging them with his eyes to understand and not to follow. He was so focused on them that he didn't notice the silence around him since Voldemort and Dumbledore had stopped arguing and were staring at each other with hate and contempt in their eyes, and he wasn't very careful where he was walking. His right foot landed on a fragile stick that snapped loudly under his weight, sounding like a cannon shot ringing through the still courtyard. Looking quickly toward Ron and Hermione, he motioned for them to get down, which they did quickly and silently, ducking behind the border of bushes that framed the forest. He then fell to the ground too, still cloaked in the outer layers of the forest and hidden behind a group of thick bushes. All hopes that the sound would be ignored were immediately dashed when every head in the group of Death Eaters and students alike whipped in the direction that the sound had originated from. Voldemort turned slowly toward him and the look of mild shock was immediately replaced with pleasure as he saw the pile of Death Eaters Harry had levitated to just inside the forest as he had stunned them. His red snake-like eyes then turned back toward Dumbledore, smiling the entire time. "And who might you be trying to hide, you foolish old man? Did you honestly think he could escape from me that easily? Though I must say I am slightly impressed that he managed to stun so many of my servants without my noticing it. Let's see just how strong the little boy is, shall we?" Dumbledore's face fell immediately and years of pain and anguish washed over his normally kind features and his wand arm visibly shook, knowing what was to come and that there was nothing he could possibly do to prevent it. "Crucio," said the cold voice triumphantly, aiming his wand toward the area of the forest that the sound had come from, and directly into Harry. When the curse hit him, Harry gritted his teeth fiercely, refusing to give the man any satisfaction by crying out in his pain, though it felt that glass were in his veins and his entire body were being pierced by thousands of white-hot knives. Voldemort kept the curse on him for several agonizing moments before he released it, the gleam of a maniac in his eyes. Once the curse was lifted, Harry took in several shallow breaths of desperately needed oxygen before daring to open his eyes, expecting to be surrounded by Death Eaters, but he wasn't. The first sight that met his eyes was of Ron and Hermione still hidden from the Death Eaters by a large bush. Hermione was clinging to Ron with her face buried in his robes, her face completely hidden by her bushy hair. Her shoulders were trembling with the silent sobs that racked her body. Ron had his arms around her and his head on top of hers, holding her as close as possible. He was looking straight into Harry's eyes with emotional pain written all over his bloodless face. Harry's attention was soon taken though as the pain of the curse hit him again, much stronger than the first time. Voldemort was angry that the insolent boy had not cried out in agony when the curse had hit him. He knew that the boy was out there hiding. Spinning on his heel, blood-red robes billowing out behind him, he walked to the nearest Death Eaters and spoke to them so softly that nobody heard what was said, but it was revealed seconds later when 5 voices yelled in unison, all pointing their wands at the same spot in the forest. Crucio, rang through the still air. This time the curse hit him with pain he had never felt before. A fire ate through every vein, muscle, and bit of skin on his entire body. The pain was more intense than anything he had ever felt in his life, and he felt as though his body were being torn apart from the inside out, but still he refused to cry out, and when the curse was lifted a full minute later, he still felt like it was upon him, burning his lungs with each shallow breath he took and still pumping the glass through his veins. He opened his eyes again and they fell back on the form of Ron still holding Hermione tight, but she was staring at him now as well, with tears staining her pale face. Harry looked back at Ron's face and saw something he never thought he would ever see on the redhead's face: tears. Ron had a river of tears running down both of his cheeks as he stared back into Harry's face unblinking. Harry was forced to look away from the intense looks his friends were sending him, unable to see so much pain, pity, and grief in their usually fun-filled eyes. He instead focused on his own arms. Had he been able to, he would have gasped at the sight. He had thousands of small streams of rich red blood covering both of his arms, as though the white-hot needles he had felt piercing his skin had been real and not a figment of his imagination. He knew instantly that the curse he had just been under had been much stronger than anything he had ever faced before. Well, that explains the looks on Ron and Hermione's faces, he thought grimly to himself. That curse should have killed me, and they probably think I'm insane since I am alive. How did I survive though? Why did I survive? Then it hit his pain-filled mind. The answers to both of his questions became as bright as day, as though someone were in his mind and putting them there for him. So he decided to bring one more question to his brain. What do I need to do to defeat him? And much to his relief, he knew the answer instantly. He smiled inwardly to himself before focusing on what he had to do. Vowing to himself that he would not let Voldemort find him lying in a blood heap, he pulled himself to his knees and caught sight of his friends again, trying to give them a reassuring look before he spoke in a raspy voice. Thank you for everything. Tell Sirius and Ginny I love them. Please don't cry, none of this is anybody's fault but his. Don't worry about me, this is my decision and I know what I'm doing, I'll be alright. Once he finished talking to his friends, he used the tree trunk next to him to pull himself to his feet, his legs wobbling precariously under the weight for a moment before steadying suddenly, allowing himself to not only support his weight, but to walk out of the forest radiating strength and confidence, his friends staring at his retreating back in amazement and sorrow. Voldemort on the other hand looked positively proud of himself as he approached Dumbledore again. The headmaster was being held by 2 of the Death Eaters after trying to stop the curse that had been sent into the woods. All of the other professors were now being restrained as well, and the students were being held at Wand Point, the Dark Lord just begging them to give his servants a reason to attack them. What did you think of that, you insolent old fool? The boy is probably either insane now, or if he's lucky, dead. If you had just given him to me in the first place, then he wouldn't have had to go through that. He said in a sing-song voice, obviously very proud of himself and feeling no remorse at having tortured a 16-year-old boy. I would highly recommend that you don't judge a thing till you know what's inside it. Voldemort said a clear and unwavering voice from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Voldemort turned slowly around and saw what he had been dreading. The image of Harry Potter looking straight at him with his wand pointed right between his eyes. But, you should be dead, how is this possible? Exclaimed one of the Death Eaters that had participated in the curse moments earlier. Because I am never going to give in, never going to give up, until this piece of filth is dead, came the icy reply. This is impossible. No one could have survived that. You must have dodged it, boy, said one of the others who had participated accusingly. No, I received your curse, but you see, I still have another fight left to fight, and I refuse to give in to your curses until I have fought that fight and won, so I would recommend you get out of my way. I think it's time you face the face that you will be beaten, Voldemort. With that, the fight began. The students all sent curses at the Death Eaters surrounding them, and the teachers attacked their captors with a new wind of energy coursing through them. Harry began to walk toward Voldemort steadily, his green eyes full of a powerful fire that couldn't be put out, but as he drew within 30 feet of his enemy, he heard someone familiar behind him scream in surprise, causing him to turn and run toward his earlier hiding spot. When he entered the area, he saw Ron and Hermione both lying unconscious on the cold forest floor, a swarm of Dementors surrounding them. Harry didn't know where the sudden burst of energy came from, but he held his wand before himself and screamed, "Expecto Patronum," at the top of his lungs, successfully producing a brilliant white stag and sending it toward the advancing Dementors, ignoring the cold sensation in his own body and the screams growing louder in his ears. The Patronus succeeded in driving the Dementors back into the forest and began to circle Ron and Hermione like a type of self-assigned sentry guard over his friends. Assured that they were in good hands, Harry turned around and headed back toward Voldemort, meeting his enemy in the middle of the manicured courtyard with pairs of dueling wizards on all sides of them. "Ah, Harry, I thought you got scared for a moment there, running away like that, but thankfully I was wrong. Let us finish what I started 15 years ago, shall we?" Voldemort then erected a shield around himself and Harry, successfully shielding any curses others might try to impose on them. "Shall we duel, Mr. Potter?" Looking forward to it, Mr. Riddle, Harry answered, a slight smirk on his face at Voldemort's expression at his words. "You will pay for that, Potter." He screamed and shouted a curse that sent Harry flying painfully into the back of the barrier, grunting as he hit it hard, but getting to his feet again quickly. "Expelliarmus," Harry shouted back as he got back to his feet, but Voldemort just laughed as he sidestepped the curse easily and sent Harry flying into the barrier again. "Come on now, Harry, you aren't making this very challenging for me," Voldemort spat at the boy on the ground in front of him before saying, "Crucio," and putting Harry back into a world of immense pain once again. This time though, Harry wasn't able to keep his screams inside and they burst from his mouth, so agonizing sounding that all the others fighting stopped their duels and stared at the sight in the middle of the courtyard in shock. Harry was withering on the ground in utter pain and unable to hide it for the first time that day. As they watched in amazement, they could see very easily why he was crying out. His robes were being shredded on his body and underneath them they could see blood pouring from thousands of needle-sized holes all over his entire body, effectively coating his skin in a thick layer of the fluid as he continued to scream in pain for nearly 10 minutes. Suddenly though, the screams ceased and his body fell limp on the grass that was now stained red. Now it is done, the Dark Lord has succeeded in defeating the one they call his downfall. This pathetic bloody heap was not as strong as they all, though now was he. No one spoke a word as they stared at the pathetic sight before them. No one even breathed, praying it wasn't true. "Harry," someone shouted from inside the forest, and immediately 2 Death Eaters left to catch the red-headed gird that had just started running across the ground toward them. It was Ginny. The fighting began again, and it was obvious that the students and teachers were losing the battle. Many students were lying on the ground unconscious from either curses or physical injuries, and no matter how many Death Eaters were beat, more seemed to always take their place. Even with Ron and Hermione now fighting after awakening in the forest, they were still hopelessly outnumbered. Voldemort dropped the shield that was surrounding he and Harry and began to walk toward his servants that were restraining Ginny. My, this is a pleasant surprise. If it isn't the love of Harry Potter's life come to try to rescue her pathetic boyfriend. You will pay for the company you choose to keep, girl, with your life. Voldemort spat at the petite girl who was struggling fiercely against the Death Eater's grasp. Just then, another person joined the small group, gaining the attention of all present. But perhaps I'll give Mr. Malfoy the honor of this task, seeing how much he and your boyfriend despised one another. He might rather enjoy this task. What do you have to say, Malfoy? Would you like to destroy the girl for me? Ginny looked at Draco with her eyes burning with hate, but his next words shocked all four of them immensely. No. What do you mean no, boy? This is an honor the Dark Lord has given you, you would be wise to see it as such, said one of the Death Eaters holding Ginny. Listen to your father, boy. He knows what he is talking about, though you will still be punished after this. I will let you live, said Voldemort icily. No, she is innocent. I will not kill her, and I will not allow anyone else to kill her either, he said, never taking his eyes off the girl that was still struggling in the grasp of the two men who were much larger than herself. Very well, I shall kill you both then. Put the girl down, Malfoy. Not, and go join the others. I will deal with these two children on my own, said the icy voice. The two Death Eaters did as they were told and turned their backs on the trio, Malfoy not even looking over his shoulder as his only son was about to die. Draco kneeled down in front of Ginny, taking her hands into his and speaking quietly to her. Ginny, I'm sorry for everything I have put you and your family through. I didn't realize just how powerful Harry was or how brave until he said he was willing to give his life to save all of ours. I didn't realize I was on the losing until now. These men are monsters and they worship a monster. Can you ever forgive me? He looked into her tear-filled eyes for several moments before she closed them and nodded her head, forgiving him. As sweet as this is, it is time for the two of you to die now, both of you, said Voldemort cruelly from behind them. No, Voldemort. You are mistaken again. It is time for you to die, not them, said a voice from behind the Dark Lord, who spun around in shock. Potter, do you ever die? Not until you do, Riddle. Let them go and let's finish this once and for all. No, I think I shall rather enjoy you having to watch your precious girlfriend die. That will never happen, Riddle, and you know it. Harry had been steadily moving closer to Ginny and Draco and had now successfully put himself between them and Voldemort. Something was missing though. Harry's hands were empty, his wand was nowhere in sight. So you say, Potter, but you seem to be forgetting something. You need a wand to defeat me, and you seem to have lost yours. No, Voldemort, I don't need a wand to defeat you. Voldemort looked confused for a moment before speaking again. And what are you planning to do to me without a wand, Potter? Destroy you once and for all by taking you to a place where there is no one else you can hurt, and where anyone who enters is forbidden to leave as long as they are alive. And where might that be, Potter? It's a secret, you'll find out soon enough, Tom. Just be patient, and be prepared to die there. I know I am, because there is no escape from hell, Harry said with a frightening-looking smile on his face, making Draco think that the intensely powerful curses from earlier had defiantly taken their toll on Potter's mind. Voldemort was enraged. He lifted his wand and pointed it straight at Harry's heart and screamed two words that echoed across the ground, catching the attention of Death Eaters and Hogwarts people alike. They all just stared in shock at what was about to happen. The last any of them had seen of Harry, he had been lying in a bloody unbreathing heap in the middle of the courtyard, but now he was standing on a far side of the grounds between Voldemort and Draco and Ginny. He looked strong and radiated power greater than any of them had ever seen before. His bright green eyes lit with a deep fire and focused intently on the enemy before him with complete hatred. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort screamed at the boy standing before him, sending a bright flash of green light right at his chest, but what happened next was still a complete mystery to the entire wizarding world. To those watching, they say Harry flew through the air as though hit with a strong force, but before his lifeless body hit the ground in front of Draco and Ginny, another bright light flashed through the grounds, but this one was white and it blinded everyone present for several moments. Once they were able to see again, Harry and Voldemort had vanished, and so had all the other Death Eaters that hadn't been stunned, as well as all the Dementors hiding in the forest. Dumbledore rushed up to Ginny and Draco, who were both lying on the ground, afraid they were dead, but he was relieved to find that they had both just been knocked unconscious by the force of whatever energy it was that had caused Harry and all their enemies to vanish. Summoning stretchers for the two students and all the others that had been injured, Dumbledore took the two of them to the hospital wing immediately, hoping they had heard what had gone on between Harry and Voldemort and their stories might help him to find out what had just happened. How's he doing this morning, Mary? About the same, sir. Maybe even a little better. It seems as though this boy has lived a rough past couple months, both emotionally and physically. He spent the entire night tossing and turning and muttering the same few sentences in his sleep. What was he saying? Perhaps it could help us find out who he is, said the doctor, while he carefully pulled back the sheets covering the boy to examine him and see if his injuries had begun to heal at all within the past 2 weeks that he had been in their care. Well, I couldn't make it all out, but I did catch something along the lines of, hide in the forest, or something, and he kept saying something about, if he has me then he'll leave you alone. And then he said some names, but nothing about them other than he was sorry to leave them, and then there was one he kept saying he loved, a girl named Ginny. I don't know what to make of the other names though, they were strange, so I don't know if they are real people or just some figments of his imagination. There was Dumbledore, Remus, Sirius, Hermione, Ron, and Draco. What do you make of all of this, doctor? I don't know, Mary. If only he would talk when he was awake instead of just staring at the ceiling with that blank haunted expression on his face, we could find out who he is and where he belongs. The doctor groaned in frustration. The past 2 weeks had been some of the hardest the young had been forced to endure during the course of his short career. After the boy's violent nightmare had subsided and the strange tattoo had been discovered, a team of the brightest and most talented doctors in the whole of London had evaluated the boy and all had said the same thing. He shouldn't be alive. Dr. Jacobs had to agree with them as he examined the boy yet again. Even after 2 weeks of being in the hospital, he still looked the same as he had when he came stumbling through the doors of the emergency room. The only improvement that the boy had made since that day was that he had regained consciousness to a certain degree. The morning of the 3rd day he had been there, he had opened his eyes mysteriously, but that was all. He would lay in the bed unmoving for hours on end as he stared up at the white ceiling of the hospital, occasionally falling into a restless sleep, and only then did he stir or utter a sound. He would toss back and forth on the bed, muttering strange and incoherent sentences as he did so, as though he were having a very vivid dream, but it would all stop as soon as he awoke. His eyes would snap open without warning and he would be back to the same as before. The doctor and the nurse had tried repeatedly to get him to at least tell them his name, but thus far they had been unsuccessful. Other than his opening his eyes though, everything remained almost the same. The boy's entire body was still covered in the horrendous dark bruises and deep gashes that he had come in with, but some of the smaller bruises had begun to fade slightly and the smaller cuts had begun to close, but these small improvements were easily overlooked when one saw the much worse injuries that had yet to heal. As the doctor began his exam, he once again took stock of his extensive injuries, wondering not for the first time how the boy was alive. His right arm bore a cast to support the shattered bones and his chest and abdomen were wrapped tightly to allow the broken ribs to heal. His open wounds though were left open, too old to stitch up and left to close on their own, where there was no doubt they would leave terrible scars. As he was listening to the bruised heart and lungs of his patient at the end of the exam, he almost jumped back in shock as he noticed the boy's eyes were open and staring right at him instead of at the ceiling. He had of course seen the boy's eyes before, and even examined them, but this time was different. The eyes were focused on him and he knew the boy was coherent enough to know what he was looking at. The eyes were unnaturally green, almost the color of shining emeralds within the battered face, and the doctor almost faltered under their intensity. It was almost as though the boy were not just looking at him, but through his body and into his soul, judging him and seeing his weaknesses. The doctor broke the gaze almost immediately and was even more shocked to find the boy's eyes never leaving him as he made his way toward the nurse, giving her his stethoscope before returning back to the boy's bedside. "Can you tell me your name, boy?" He spoke gently to the child who was still looking into his soul. But the boy didn't answer him, he just continued to gaze into his face unflinching. The doctor repeated his question, but when it became obvious that he would receive no answer, he stood and proceeded toward the door, motioning for the nurse to accompany him. When they reached the end of the hallway, Dr. Jacobs began to whisper to the nurse frantically. "Has he ever done that before today? What, looked at you like that? I know he has had his eyes open for a while, but has he ever actually seen you? Like he did with me, following me around with his eyes like that?" "No, never, or I would have told you. Are you all right, Chris? You look as though you have just seen a ghost or something." The doctor was so distracted that he didn't even realize that Mary had just called him by his given name instead of his proper title. "I don't know, Mary. There was something about his eyes. They were strange, like he was looking inside me or something. That boy in there is not like normal people, he's different. He said as he ran his hand through his short hair in frustration. What do you mean, Chris? I don't know, but his eyes are so intense. Too intense for a boy his age, like he's seen and experienced more than anyone should. I don't know, he seems different, but not like anyone I have ever met. I can't help but feel like I could trust him with my life. Does this sound strange? Has this case driven me to insanity? He asked, looking into her face with a grim smile on his face. Not at all, Chris. I happen to agree with you about everything. I almost feel safe around him, safer than if I were surrounded by a dozen police. I wonder who this boy is to have been through so much when he is so young. Well, the authorities have found no record of a missing child fitting his description in the past 15 years, since he was an infant, so it's on to the next step. What's that? His description was published in all of the local papers this morning. It's taken this long just to get the authorities to agree to publish the article since we have no idea who did this. They're worried that he escaped and whoever did this will come and try to get him back, but what other choice do we have now? Somebody knows him and what happened to him, we just have to pray that whoever comes is not the one who did this. Go on back in with him, and page me if he speaks or if anything in his condition changes. He concluded as he turned to go and check on his other patients, and the nurse obeyed and went back into the room with the boy. Since the school term had ended at the close of the memorial service 2 weeks earlier, Albus Dumbledore was sitting at the head table in the Great Hall eating breakfast with a few of the other teachers. He turned to the man sitting on his left and was not surprised to see the man pushing his food around on his plate, lost in his own thoughts. Sirius, you will be no help to the search if you don't take care of yourself. The younger man looked up at his former headmaster with desperation written over his normally kind features. I'm sorry, Albus, but I'm just not hungry. All I can think about is Harry and why he would be willing to risk his life for all of us. Why wouldn't he just take that portkey and come to Remus and I? We would have protected him no matter what the cost. I think that is the reason he decided not to take it. He was worried about you two being hurt or killed for him. It's not his place to worry about us, Albus. He's just a boy, he shouldn't have such a weight placed on his shoulders. It should have been the other way around. I'm his godfather and I should have been protecting him, he said furiously, slamming his fist into the tabletop, rattling all the other goblets and getting the attention of the others present. Calm down, Padfoot, we'll find him, we've just been looking in the wrong places, said the brown-haired man beside him. How do you know we'll find him, Moony? How can you be so sure he's even alive? He vanished with Voldemort and about 50 Death Eaters and Dementors. Wherever they are, they probably tortured and killed him instantly if he wasn't already dead. It's been 3.5 bloody months. He's just a boy, he's not immortal, there is no way he could have survived that curse again without Lily's protection, and Ginny and Draco said the curse did hit him. He yelled frantically at his best friend. Padfoot, would you listen to what you're saying? Screamed Remus at his face before composing himself again. This is Harry we're talking about here. He's faced this maniac 4 different times and survived. He's stronger than any of us and I believe that he's still alive out there somewhere, we just don't know where yet. All we can do is be optimistic and keep searching for him until we find him. Sirius was shocked at the amount of raw emotion his friend was showing. Remus was never much on speeches and he was usually so reserved and calm, but he had just yelled at Sirius at the top of his lungs, and as hard as it was for him to admit it, Remus was right. They had to keep searching, they couldn't just give up hope because everyone else in the wizarding world had. Remus is right, Black, just because the rest of the world has given up hope, you need to keep looking for your godson, said a voice from the other side of the headmaster. The words that the other person had spoken shocked every person at the table into silence. It was common knowledge that Severus Snape detested the 2 marauders, and disliked the son of Prongs even more, but something had happened to him the day Harry had disappeared. He ceased to be the cold and heartless potions master they had all known for so many years, but only when he was away from the prying eyes of the students. Deep down, he pitied Black, though he would never admit it to the man. Black had had his name cleared only 2 weeks before Harry had disappeared when Pettigrew was spotted in Diagon Alley by several wizards who had all spoken in Black's defense. He had just begun to assist Remus with the defense against the dark arts classes to spend more time with Harry when this had all happened. He and Remus had been searching endlessly all over the wizarding world for any sign of the boy or the Dark Lord, but so far they hadn't turned up anything. Since term had ended, the potions master had begun to help with the search as well, and he had been just as unsuccessful. Just then, a handful of owls swooped into the room and headed for the table they were all sitting at, most of them laden with various newspapers for the professors. Remus and Sirius each removed a copy of the Daily Prophet from the owls that had come to them, hurriedly skimming the headlines for anything relevant to their search. Dumbledore had received his usual stack of about 8 different newspapers, not only the Daily Prophet, but several Muggle papers as well, but instead of reading them there at the table, he rose and said his farewells to the other staff members and retired to his office. Once he arrived at his office, the aged headmaster sat behind his antique desk and began to sift through the stack of newspapers before him. Many members of the staff wondered why the powerful wizard was interested in the news from the Muggle world, but as he repeatedly told them, the Muggles were quite remarkable people and one never knew when something the Muggles had to say might be of value to the wizarding world. As his eyes scanned the various headlines on the first several papers, his mind began to drift to the issue of where Harry might have sent himself and Voldemort, and how they were going to find that place. As his thoughts wandered to these and other things, he continued to skim the headlines of the paper in his hand, and his eyes fell on a small article on the second page of the main London paper that caused his mind to focus instantly. Unidentified child in serious condition at local hospital. On June 4, a severely injured boy entered the emergency room of St. Joseph's Hospital in downtown London, sources at the hospital report. The unidentified boy is reported to have sustained life-threatening injuries before wandering into the emergency room of the hospital around 10 p.m. on June 4. The local authorities have been unable to match the boy to any children reported missing and are asking that anyone who may know anything about the boy or about those who injured him contact the hospital or their local authorities. The boy appears to be 14 to 15 years of age with shoulder-length black hair and green eyes. He has a pale complexion and slim build, standing 5 foot 7 inches in height. He was wearing what appeared to be black robes with a school crest emblazoned over the right deep pocket. Anyone with any information regarding the boy or the attackers should contact the police immediately. Once Dumbledore had exited the hall, the other professors had followed suit, leaving Remus, Sirius, and Snape behind. The 3 former enemies were gathered at the center of the table poring over a large map that was spread across the surface before them. "We have already searched their black and we found nothing. We need to search the valleys in Switzerland. We haven't looked there yet," said Snape tersely to the man across from him. "I know we have searched there, Snape, but that was at the beginning. That area is very secluded and full of caves, the perfect place for 50 people to go and not be noticed. We need to search there again. How do we know they have been in the same place all this time? They could be moving around," answered Sirius in almost a growl. "Why don't we just check both places, one today and one tomorrow?" said Remus, trying to pacify both men before the curses started flying. Just then, the doors of the hall burst open and Dumbledore came through them almost running to the front of the hall, startling all 3 men into silence. "Albus, what is it? What happened?" asked Snape, almost dreading the answer. "I think I've found him," he said simply, thrusting the paper he had been carrying into Remus' hands, his own still trembling uncontrollably. Remus flipped through the paper and within seconds found the article Dumbledore had read moments before. "Unidentified child in serious condition at London Hospital," he read out loud. He read the beginning of the article to himself, but when he got to the description of the boy he began to read out loud again. "The boy appears to be 14 to 15 years of age with shoulder-length black hair and green eyes. He has a pale complexion and slim build, standing 5 foot 7 inches in height. He was wearing what appeared to be black robes with a school crest emblazoned over the right deep pocket." His voice trailed off then as he met the gazes of the other 3 men. Sirius' face was slowly breaking into a smile and Snape's face showed an expression of relief. As Remus met their eyes, His face broke into a smile as well, but looking back at Dumbledore's grim expression he became confused. What's wrong, Albus? This sounds like Harry exactly. All we need to do is go to this hospital, identify him, and tell them that Sirius is Harry's guardian and they give him to us and we bring him back here. This is great news, he exclaimed, and judging by the expressions on the other two men's faces, they felt the same way. Yes, Remus, if this boy is indeed Harry, it is great news that he has been found, but did you read the article carefully? If it is Harry, then he was found in his Hogwarts robes, the same thing he was wearing the day he disappeared. This means that he was not even found by Muggles before he turned up at the hospital. If he had been, then he wouldn't still be wearing his robes. He hasn't been seen for 14 weeks, and we can only assume that wherever he was with Voldemort and his supporters. These past months I can't even begin to imagine what he went through, and we can only hope that if this is him, that he is able to recover from whatever has happened to him. Now, I must ask the three of you to dress as Muggles and go to this hospital to see if this is indeed young Mr. Potter. Sirius, if it is Harry, we will need to get some paperwork drawn up by the minister to convince the Muggle authorities that you are indeed his guardian so they will release him to you, but let's not worry about that until we need to. Contact me as soon as you have any news. Good luck. And with that, the three men exited the hall quickly to head toward their individual quarters to get a change of cloths. When they were all dressed about 5 minutes later, they met in the entrance hall and set off on the familiar path towards the village of Hogsmeade, where they apparated to Diagon Alley and from there walked to 10 blocks through Muggle London to St. Joseph's Hospital. At around noon, Dr. Chris Jacobs made his way back toward the room that the boy was in when he ran into Mary coming out of another patient's room. "Drive, Jacobs, I assume you are heading to the boy's room?" she asked, and when he nodded his head she continued, "I have been there all morning and nothing has changed yet. I was just on my way back as well." "Is there anyone with him right now?" "No, but he was sleeping when I left about 10 minutes ago. We had an emergency come in and I was paged to assist." "Has he said anything else in his dreams that you know of?" "No, the same that he always says. I hope that he recovers from this all right. He seems too innocent to have all these issues." "I agree. Hopefully whoever did this is caught and punished." "Have you been able to make any sense of what he said when he came in, you know, about him being gone?" "No, I don't even know if he knew what he was saying then. He was in pretty bad shape that night, he still is." Just then, he felt the pager on his hip vibrate, and looking down, he recognized the number listed as that of the admitting desk. "You mind making a quick stop on our way up? Admitting just paged me," he told the nurse. "No, of course not, we're close enough to stop by," she answered with a smile. The pair then turned around and headed off down a large hallway away from the quiet areas of patient rooms and into the main hub of the busy hospital. As they neared the main desk, the first thing the doctor noticed was the trio of men who were currently arguing with a frazzled-looking clerk. "I'm sorry, sir, but you will just have to be patient. I paged the doctor and he is on his way down, but he can't just appear here instantly. Now would you three please take seats and I will call you when he arrives." The men grudgingly obeyed the nurse at the smart persuasion of another man. As the doctor approached closer, he noticed that the men all had strange appearances. All three men were wearing black slacks and black long-sleeves shirts with black boots, which in itself was strange since it was the middle of June. As he looked at them individually, he saw that the one that the other two obeyed was average height with shoulder-length brown hair flecked with premature gray, but he had a kind face, though stern. The one next to him on the left had greasy black hair, sallow skin and dark eyes and looked as though he could be quite intimidating if he so desired. The one on the right also had shoulder-length hair and he was slightly taller than the other two, and his face was lined with worry and anguish and his face looked as though he could be downright scary if given the desire. When he approached the desk, the clerk approached him and turned her back to the three men who were all watching them intently. "Did you page me, Christie?" "Yes, Dr. Jacobs, those three men have come to inquire about the boy you have been caring for." Of all the things he had expected her to say, this was not one of them. "What?" was all he could manage. "You heard right. They say the boy disappeared on March 4th and until now have seen no sign of him." "Why didn't they report him missing?" Why has it taken them so long to come find him? I didn't ask, sir, but they are adamant to see the boy, and to speak with Yo about his condition. Very well, what are their names? The calmest one is called Lupin. I would recommend speaking to him. The other two seem rather volatile, so to speak. Thanking the nurse, he walked toward the men who all got to their feet as he approached. Hi, my name is Dr. Chris Jacobs. You have come about the boy in my care, he asked politely, holding his hand out to the men. The one in the middle took it and introduced the others. Nice to meet you. I am Remus Lupin. This is Sirius Black and Severus Snape. We saw the article in the paper this morning and think the boy may be a student at the school we teach at. May we see him? He asked politely, but his voice was demanding. Certainly, but first I must ask you a few questions. Since we know nothing about the boy or who did this to him, we are being careful about who we allow into his room. That's quite all right. We would be willing to answer any questions you might have. Good. Now what is your relationship to the boy? But instead of Remus answering, the taller black-haired man spoke up, Sirius. I am his godfather and one of his professors at school. Remus and Severus are also his professors. Very well. How did he come to be in the hands of whoever did this? This time, it was Severus who answered the question. He was outside with some other students and he was abducted from the school grounds. Okay, why wasn't it reported to the authorities? The school he attends is not in England. His disappearance was reported to the local authorities though. How he came to London we do not know, answered Lupin smoothly. Where are the boy's parents at? Dead. They died when he was a year old and I have custody over him now, said Black. Last question. Are there any distinguishing characteristics about the boy that would allow us to make a positive ID? At this question, all three men looked at one another before Lupin answered. He has a scar on his forehead shaped like a bolt of lightning. Is that the only distinguishing characteristic the boy has? No tattoos or anything? He asked, afraid that the boy in the room might not be the one they were looking for. At the mention of a tattoo though, all three men seemed worried and even a little scared. Remus was the first to regain control though as he answered. No, when he was taken he had no tattoos, but he has been missing for 3 months and we have no idea what he did while he was gone. Very well, I have not noticed that yet, but then again he's in pretty bad shape right now. Do you have any idea who would do this to him? Yes, and he has already been apprehended, said Severus, looking at the doctor with his dark eyes unblinking. Thank you for answering my questions. If you would now just follow me, let's see if this is the boy you were looking for, shall we? He stood and began to walk toward the long hallway, the three men following close behind. As they reached the room, the man called Sirius looked through the door and tears came to his eyes as he rushed into the room and kneeled beside the bed with tears running down his face. Is this the boy you have been looking for? Yes, yes it is, whispered Remus, and the doctor was surprised to see tears in his eyes as well. What's his name? Harry Potter, answered Snape as he joined the other two men in the room. The doctor just stood in the doorway and watched the sight unfold before his eyes. Black had pulled a chair up to the side of the bed and was gently holding the boy's injured right hand in his and speaking quietly to him. Lupin and Snape had stood by the bed in shock for several minutes before going to the far side of the room to talk without being overheard by either himself or the boy's godfather. His curiosity getting the best of him as he watched the hushed conversation, he strode purposely forward and came to a stop in between the men who had gone silent at his arrival. Is it safe to assume that this is the boy you were looking for then? Yes, this is Harry, said Remus miserably while looking back over his shoulder at the boy on the bed before asking the question that had been hanging in the back of his mind since had read the article in the paper. How serious are the injuries? Quite. He has bruising to his heart and both of his lungs as well as most of his other internal organs. His left lung has been punctured by one of several broken ribs and his right arm and collarbone are almost completely shattered and he will never fully recover use of it. His right leg has been broken in 3 separate places and his knee is useless as well. The external bruising and lacerations are all quite deep. In fact, I haven't even been able to see any improvement in those injuries at all. It's a miracle he survived all he has been through, he concluded, once again running his hand through his hair. Has he waken up at all yet? asked Snape quietly, afraid of the answer. Yes, he regained consciousness about a week and a half ago, he's just sleeping right now. At this statement, all three men looked at the doctor hopefully. Has he said anything about what happened? Asked Remus. Not while he is awake, no, but when he is asleep he seems to suffer from some pretty vivid nightmares and he keeps mentioning the names Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Dumbledore, Sirius, and Remus. Originally though he was talking nonsense, but seeing as the two of you are here, apparently he wasn't. The doctor smiled at this statement. Did he say anything else? Asked Snape. Well, he kept saying he was sorry and to tell Ginny he loved her, but that's just about all. The rest of the time he was speaking incoherently. Why won't he wake up? Asked Sirius while never taking his eyes off the boy's face. I had the nurse give him a pretty strong sedative so he could get some peaceful sleep. His nightmares are so violent that I'm afraid he'll just cause more damage to himself by thrashing around like he does. He should wake up in a couple hours, the doctor said while giving the men a reassuring smile that faltered as soon as Snape spoke. Why did you ask us if he had any tattoos? Rather than answering the Mont's question, he walked up to the bed with the pair following him and pulled back the blankets that covered the boy to his shoulders except for his bandaged right arm which Sirius still held. He removed the blankets down to the boy's waist and gently unbuttoned the cuff of his pajama shirt's left arm and rolled the sleeve up as he revealed the underside of the thin pale arm. Apparently shocked by what they saw, Remus stumbled backward and was caught by Snape before he fell to the floor. Sirius dropped the boy's right hand as though it had suddenly caught fire and jumped to his feet, sending the chair he had been seated on to the floor with a crash. Oh my God, Harry, was all Sirius was able to say as he stood in shock and stared at the hideous tattoo on his godson's arm. Once Remus had regained his footing enough to stand on his own, Snape began to rub his own arm subconsciously as he too stared at the thing the doctor had revealed. Doctor, would you please excuse us for a moment? Said Snape as he steered his friends out the door and into the empty hallway. Dr. Jacobs had not been expecting such a reaction from these men who had seemed like they cared so much for this boy, and he was starting to wonder just what the symbol on his arm was meant to represent to these strange men. We need to contact Albus and try to figure what happened to Harry. Remus, could you apparate to somewhere where you can use the flow network and bring the headmaster back here? Asked Snape looking at the man beside him. Yeah, I go to the Weasleys' home. Arthur and Molly are trustworthy. Give me about an hour. Sirius, pull yourself together. Harry needs you and we don't know why he has the dark mark. It could very well have been forced on him. Go back in there so he has someone he cares about present when he wakes up, said the man to his best friend. You're right, Moony, I shouldn't have reacted that way. It is still Harry and we don't know what he's gone through lately. Bring Albus back and maybe he can explain this. Be careful. And he left the others to rejoin Harry and the doctor in the room. Snape nodded his head to the werewolf as he too went back into the room, and Remus walked briskly down the hall and back out into the busy street and headed back toward the leaky cauldron where he could safely apparate to the Weasleys and not be overheard as he contacted the headmaster of Hogwarts. Due to what all had occurred at Hogwarts that year and the questions surrounding the outcome of the attack on the castle, the Weasleys had invited Hermione to spend the summer at the Burrow to not only be close by at the first sign of any news, but to also keep Ginny company and herself safe. The past 2 weeks had passed uneventfully for Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, and they spent the majority of their waking hours in the living room talking about innocent topics, reading, or playing chess by themselves. Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred and George were involved in various aspects with the search for Harry and Voldemort outside of England, and were rarely seen at the Burrow, and if they did come by it was for only a couple of hours to get a quick nap, a home-cooked meal and a shower before heading out again to search. Molly was almost always at the ministry with Arthur assisting him with his work there. After the battle had occurred, many of the members of the ministry had been discovered to have dark ties thanks to the apprehended Death Eaters and were therefore in custody awaiting trial or had already been sent to Azkaban by the new Minister of Magic, an old friend of Dumbledore's named Fletcher. The former minister, Fudge, had been forced to step down from his position by a public outcry from the entire wizarding community since he had refused to believe that Voldemort had returned and therefore had contributed to the attack on the castle. These developments caused Arthur Weasley to be promoted to head of the Department of Magical Cooperation, and he was responsible for about 100 lower-ranking employees and was in charge of the search efforts. His wife was more than happy to help him out several days a week since her home was unusually calm after all, but 2 of her children became involved in the search, and she knew that Ginny and Hermione would keep Ron out of trouble. As Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were sitting around the small living room at the Burrow working on their potions essays for the next term, with no argument from Ron about doing homework so early in the summer, they were discussing how nice it had been to have Professors Lupin and Black for Defense Against the Dark Arts and how they hoped they would both be returning to teach the next term, the last for Ron and Hermione when a loud banging on the door was heard. All 3 pulled their wands, since they were expecting no one, knowing all too well what would happen as soon as they let their guard down. Ginny got to her feet first and went to open the door, revealing a winded and flushed Remus Lupin. "Professor, what are you doing here? Did you find something?" she asked in a rush, and she held her breath awaiting his answer. Her astonished voice at seeing him got the attention of the other 2 and they came skidding to the door immediately. "Calm down you 3, I'll explain everything in a moment, but could I first use your fire to contact the headmaster? It's important." "Certainly. Come on in," answered Hermione instantly as the pair of red heads still waited expectantly for the man to answer Ginny's question, but he just walked past them and followed Hermione into the living room. He took a pinch of the powder from the jar on the mantel and threw it into the flames, and when the fire turned a bright green color, he called Dumbledore's name into the flames. A few seconds later the call was answered by the old monk's smiling head appearing in the midst of the roaring flames. "Remus, what is it?" he asked, the smile fading from his face once he got a good look at the younger monk's anxious face. "We were right, Albus, but there have been some unexpected developments. Perhaps you should come to the Weasleys and accompany me back to Sirius and Severus. It would be better to explain this in person." "Very well, I shall come at once, but while you are waiting for me to arrive, you might want to explain what you have found so far to the students standing behind you there," he said, with a small smile back on his face before his face disappeared from the fire with a small pop. Remus had forgotten that he hadn't been alone in the room in his haste to speak to the headmaster, and as he turned around to face those behind him, he was met with 3 very confused but hopeful faces. "Perhaps you 3 should take a seat," he suggested, and was surprised when they all did so on the couch, Ginny between Ron and Hermione. "Please, Professor, what is going on? What have you found out?" asked Ron hesitantly. "This morning there was an article in a Muggle newspaper about an unidentified boy who wandered into St. Joseph's Hospital 2 weeks ago. The boy matched Harry's description, so Sirius, Severus, and I went to check it out this morning, and the boy in the hospital is Harry." His words were cut off by a startled cry from the couch. "You found him? How is he? Is he all right? When can he come home?" exclaimed Ginny from her place on the couch, her hands tightly clasped in those of her friend and brother. Her face was glowing in excitement and there were tears of joy running down her face. Ron and Hermione appeared to be in shock though, both of them with their jaws hanging open in disbelief at their professor's words. "Don't get too excited, Ginny. We may have found him, but we still have a long way to go here," he advised the nearly delirious girl before him, effectively getting Ron and Hermione's attention again. "What are you saying, sir?" asked Ron wearily. "All I'm saying is that we may have found him, but the hard part isn't over yet." "What do you mean, Professor? We found him, didn't we? Surely we can overcome anything else," said Ginny desperately, but to their surprise, it was Hermione who answered. "Remus, are you saying what I think you're saying?" she asked with a worried expression on her face. "I don't know, Hermione, what are you thinking? Do you have the article with you?" "Yes," he said hesitantly, still not quite sure what the girl was getting at. "Could I read it, please?" "Certainly," answered Remus as he pulled the folded-up article out of his pocket and handed it over to Hermione. Ron and Ginny just sat perfectly still and wondered what in the world their professor and friend were talking about until Hermione unfolded the letter and they both craned their heads to read it as well. Neither of them got much from the article except for the fact that Harry was hurt, causing Ginny to go into a fresh wave of tears, but Hermione found something else, the same thing Albus had found that morning. "He was wearing his school robes when they found him?" she asked quietly, looking to Remus for confirmation, who nodded his head. "What are you thinking, Hermione?" asked Ron nervously. "That Harry was unable to be found or to contact us for the past 3 months because he has been with you-know-who until he turned up at the Muggle hospital." "How bad is it, Remus?" "Not good. He has some pretty serious injuries, but what worries me more is the fact that the doctor who has been taking care of him said that he hasn't spoken a word to anybody since he arrived and that his sleep is plagued with some pretty serious nightmares. This is part of the reason I want Albus to come back to the hospital with me, to see if we can get him out of there anytime soon. That's what I was worried about. I know that if Harry had been able to contact us since he disappeared, he would have." "Can we go with you to the hospital?" she asked shakily, but a voice from behind her answered instead of Remus. "I don't think that would be such a good idea just yet, child. It would arouse too many questions if too many people went to see Harry while he is still in the Muggle hospital. Hopefully the Ministry will have the forms we need by tomorrow and we can take him back to Hogwarts to recover, and you all would be more than welcome to see him there." The 4 people all turned suddenly to see the headmaster standing behind them with a worried expression on his face. "He's my boyfriend. I want to see him," yelled Ginny in a most uncharacteristic fashion to her professor and headmaster. "Ginny, calm down. Isn't it enough to just know he is alive? 20 minutes ago we didn't even know if we would ever see him again. You've gone 3.5 months not knowing anything. Can't you go 24 hours knowing he's alive and wait to see him?" asked Ron, trying to calm his little sister down a bit. "I just want to make sure he's all right, that this isn't some cruel dream," she muttered almost to herself, looking up into the eyes of the headmaster and trying to plead with him. "I know how you feel, Ginny, but let me first make sure it will be safe for him to have visitors. Remus, we had better get back before Sirius and Severus drive the staff of the hospital crazy with their bickering," and with that, the 2 men departed to Diagon Alley, leaving a still fuming Ginny behind. "What does he mean by saying it might not be safe to go see Harry? Of course it's safe. It's Harry we're talking about here, not some common Death Eater wearing the dark mark," she exclaimed as she jumped to her feet and stormed up the stairs to her room. Not 10 minutes after Remus had left the hospital, Sirius and Severus were in the heat of one of their famous arguments in Harry's room, this one about whether or not to tell the other members of the staff about their discovery when they got back to Hogwarts. "They have a right to know what's going on," yelled Sirius. "Not until we know what's going on ourselves," retorted Severus. "What do you mean? We found him, didn't we?" Sirius questioned, his voice growing increasingly louder as the argument continued. "Think about what you're saying, Black, for once in your pitiful existence. Listen to the sorry excuse for a brain that has to be under that thick skull somewhere. What if they see the dark mark on his arm, huh? What then?" countered the potion's master, his old bitterness and hate for Sirius resurfacing again. "What do you mean by that statement, Snape?" said the other man, and Dr. Jacobs could have sworn he was growling as he said it. "Only that he will be shunned by the entire wizarding world if that gets out, no matter what the circumstances surrounding his acquisition of it were. It is now common knowledge that the boy is the most powerful wizard ever, more powerful than even Albus, and if the word got out that the boy bears the mark of the Dark Lord on his arm, he will be marked as evil and feared by all," concluded Snape in a quiet tone so as not to be overheard by anyone out in the hall. It was already too late for the doctor, he had heard too much and his memories would have to be altered shortly. "Do you really think they will turn on him like that? He's the one who rid the world of Voldemort after all, surely they wouldn't abandon him like that, would they?" His eyes were deeply pained as he thought of the world his godson fought so hard to protect would turn on him as a result of the hideous mark on his arm. Snape again subconsciously rubbed his own arm through his shirt as he looked back at the man beside the bed, not noticing the arrival of Remus and Albus through the door behind him. "You know as well as I do how cruel people can be when there is even the smallest bit of evidence in favor of betrayal or dark activity, Black. Look what they did to you after all. No one was willing to listen to reason when they arrested you, they just knew you had a wand and assumed that meant you killed Pettigrew. Just think what they will do if they find out the boy who lived has the dark mark on his arm." "You're right, Severus, no one can know about this. It would destroy Harry if he were shunned like you and I were. He's been through far too much already, and who knows if he'll even be alright when he comes out of this." "Please pull out of this, Harry," he said, never once taking his eyes from the sleeping form of his godson. "Sirius, Severus, how is he?" came the voice of the headmaster from behind them. Severus approached the elderly man and quickly filled him in on what they had learned thus far, including the fact that the dark mark had been tattooed on the boy's arm, and at this revelation, the headmaster's gaze fell to the floor for a moment before he too approached the bed. Dr. Jacobs had already decided that the two black-haired men were completely insane, what with all their talk about evil wizards and dark marks, and this man joined them in that category as soon as he walked through the door. He was tall with long snow-white hair and a beard that reached his waist. He was wearing what appeared to be navy blue robes that reached to the floor, covering the boots that clicked sharply with each step he took. "I am Albus Dumbledore. Are you the doctor who has been treating Harry?" "Yes, sir. Since the night he arrived. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have about his condition." "Thank you, doctor, but I have only one question right now. When will we be able to take Harry home?" "Legally, as soon as you provide the proper documentation that Mr. Black is indeed his legal guardian. Physically though, not for quite some time yet." "Why not?" "I'm sorry, sir, but 2 weeks ago the boy came into this hospital barely alive, and as yet I have seen no improvement in his injuries and his psychological state is no better. He say everyone he was with die and that has probably caused long-term psychological damage." At the doctor's words concerning death, all four of their heads snapped up and the three younger men looked toward the headmaster who in turn looked to the doctor curiously. "Doctor, could please tell me about the night Harry came into your care?" asked the headmaster, focusing light blue eyes hidden behind half-moon glasses straight into the doctor's eyes. Contrary to what he had first felt about the strange group of men in the room with him, he felt persuaded to tell the old man before him everything he wanted to know. "Well, I had just gone up to the receiving desk to discharge a patient when the front doors burst open. I looked up and saw a person stumble into the emergency room, but I couldn't tell what was wrong with him at first. I ran up to him and noticed that he could barely stand on his own. He was using the wall to support himself. As I reached him, he fell to the ground with a moan. He was wearing very loose robes, like they were made for someone twice his size, but they were practically shredded and revealed that his skin was covered in dirt and blood. His hair was matted with blood and dirt as well and it shielded his face from view, so I thought this was a full-grown man on the floor in front of me, and I asked him what was wrong, but before he could answer, he began to cough up mouthfuls of blood and was having trouble catching his breath. I asked him again who he was and who did this to him, but he just started to cough again and I gave up hope and was getting ready to put him on a gurney and start treating him when he spoke. His voice was very hoarse and barely audible, but his words were easy enough to make out, like he was willing to give up all his energy just to say those few words. He looked right into my eyes and told me that he was gone. They all were, and then he lost consciousness on the floor." "What do you think happened, Albus?" asked Sirius, now thoroughly bewildered by this new revelation. The headmaster's face broke into a small, grim smile for a moment before he spoke to the other three wizards. "I think that Harry has succeeded to defeat Voldemort and his followers, but at what cost to himself I am still unsure. We shall have to wait until Harry is ready to tell us what has happened these past months himself." It was warm, and it was bright, too warm and bright, Harry realized suddenly. He was at that stage halfway between being awake and being asleep, that blessed place where nothing seemed important except for staying at that place for as long as possible. That was just a dream though, and as he slowly came back to the world, he realized that everything was not as blessed as the place he had just awakened from. The first thing that he realized was that he hurt, a lot, and with the knowledge of that hurt, he realized something else. He realized that he was lying somewhere warm and bright, the complete opposite of the place he had been for longer than he could remember, and he wondered for a moment how he came to be at this new place before the truth came rushing back to him with the speed of a lightning bolt and with just as much force. He remembered every little detail of the past months, and he knew he wanted to forget them. He remembered coming into the Muggle hospital. He remembered the looks of horror and sympathy the staff had given him. He remembered a dark-haired nurse and a young doctor that had been caring for him, but that was where his memories ended. He felt the presence of others in the room he occupied, people other than the hospital staff, and though he had good feeling he knew who was there, he wanted to know for sure. As consciousness slowly returned to him, he felt a warm hand covering his own right one, and the contact served to bring him to a fully comprehending and awake state. He realized that he hurt from head to toe, and the terrible memories of how he came to be in such a state assaulted his brain, pictures and sounds and feelings he longed to destroy. Trying to escape the sights his mind was feeding him, he tried to open his eyes, but as soon as he did so, he regretted it and forced them back shut again. The sun was high in the sky and shining brightly through the unshielded window. Apparently though, the other people in the room had seen his reaction and one quickly pulled the blinds over the window, blocking out the bright sun before he heard a familiar voice speaking quietly to him. "Harry, it's Sirius. I'm here and so are Remus and Dumbledore. Can you open your eyes for me?" The voice was almost pleading and he felt obliged to obey it, so he slowly opened his eyes again and was pleased that he could look around the room without being forced to squint because of the light. The shapes around him were blurry though, and he had trouble discerning one man from the other in the room. This must too have been picked up on by somebody because another voice spoke up from a corner of the room, the voice of Dumbledore. "Doctor, did Mr. Potter come in here with his glasses?" "No, he wasn't wearing any when he came in." "Very well, then he shall get some new ones." Harry caught the wave of an arm for an instant before Dumbledore approached the bed and carefully set a new pair of glasses on his face. Everything came into sharp focus instantly and he was able to take in the face surrounding his bed. Sirius was sitting in a chair beside his bed and it was his godfather that held his hand in his own. His features were a mixture of relief and something else, though Harry couldn't figure out what it was. Standing beside him was Remus and he had a small smile on his face, but there was something else hidden in his expression too. On the other side of the bed stood Dumbledore, the only one in the room wearing robes, and his face betrayed relief as well, but there was no twinkle in his eyes. Harry's eyes then traveled to the doorway of the room where he saw the doctor and the nurse standing quietly together watching the group intently. The only other person in the room was standing in the corner of the small room and Harry was surprised but not quite shocked to see him there. It was Snape, and his expression also looked relieved, but he was subconsciously massaging his left forearm through the black fabric of his muggle shirt and Harry realized with a start why his parents' best friends looked almost fearful behind their relief. He immediately pulled his hand from Sirius' grasp, wincing slightly as he did so from the stabs of pain that shot through his arm and shoulder. "Harry, what is it?" Sirius asked almost frantically. His answer was met with only a penetrating stare from piercing green eyes. "Harry, what's wrong?" He tried again, this time being no more successful though than the first. They knew what he had burned into his arm and they feared it. They wanted to know what had happened and why he had the mark of the Dark Lord but he refused to enlighten them. All they needed to know was lying there on the hospital bed in front of them. He was alive, and Voldemort had not been seen or heard from since the two of them were last seen and it would remain that way for the rest of time. Seeming to realize that they would receive no answers from him, Dumbledore turned to face the two muggles in the doorway. "Doctor, nurse, I thank you for caring for Harry so well, but I would like for him to return to the school with us." This statement was met with sharp protests from both of them for a moment before Dumbledore muttered, "Obliviate," under his breath and their expressions turned from those of outrage to peace. "Sirius, this is a portkey that will transport you and Harry directly to the hospital wing at Hogwarts. Severus, Remus, and I will deal with modifying the memories of the rest of the hospital staff and will join you shortly." Sirius nodded as he gently scooped Harry into his arms, blankets and all, to keep him from landing on the floor when they arrived at the castle if there wasn't a bed nearby. A gasp of pain escaped from the boy's mouth as he clenched his eyes tightly closed to try to block out as much of the pain as possible. "I'm sorry Harry, I don't mean to hurt you anymore. We'll be at the castle in just a minute and Poppy will have you good as new." He was trying to reassure the boy just as much as himself as he took hold of the newspaper Dumbledore held out for him and instantly felt the familiar pull behind his navel as the room around him dissolved and was replaced a few moments later by the familiar surroundings of the Hogwarts hospital wing. Apparently, Dumbledore had failed to relay the message to Madame Pomfrey that they had found Harry and would be bringing him to Hogwarts though, because the nurse nearly fainted when Sirius appeared directly in front of her as she was cleaning the room. "Mr. Black, what is the meaning of this? Appearing in here like that with absolutely no warning? Were you trying to give me a heart attack? Poppy, relax. Albus sent us ahead so you could get started immediately. What do you mean? Get started on what? Oh dear, is that who I think it is? She asked suddenly, just then noticing the dark-haired bundle Sirius was holding. Yes, it's Harry. We found him in a Muggle hospital this morning where he's been for the past 2 weeks. He's hurt pretty badly though. As Sirius said this, he carefully laid his godson onto the nearest bed, resulting in another gasp of pain from the boy. Just give me a moment to gather what I need. I put everything away for the summer. I didn't think I would be treating anybody until term began again. With that said, she bustled into the storage closet and Sirius and Harry could hear the clanking of bottles as she searched for what she needed before returning several minutes later with an armload of potions, bandages, and her wand. She cautiously approached the bed Harry was in and pulled back the blankets that Sirius had brought him in before beginning to examine him visually, muttering to herself the entire time, and Sirius was surprised about how little she reacted when she noticed the tattoo on his arm. Nothing looks to be beyond my skills to heal, but you will be left with a few scars, Mr. Potter. Now hold still for a few moments while I close up these cuts. She raised her wand until it was just above one of many deep gashes in Harry's abdomen. But just as she was about to say the incantation, Harry made a flicking motion with the wrist of his left arm and the wand went crashing into the far wall of the infirmary. Sirius and Madame Pomfrey looked at one another in shock for a moment before looking back to the boy on the bed, both coming to the same conclusion in an instant. The boy was absolutely terrified. His green eyes were round and filled with a fear neither had ever seen there before, and his entire body was trembling violently. His eyes were fixed on the wand that was still lying on the floor on the far side of the room, and he stared at it as though he thought it would suddenly jump up and attack him without a moment's notice. Madame Pomfrey went to her wand and carefully picked it up and put it back into the pocket of her robes before approaching the bed again and speaking quietly. Calm down, Harry, calm down. It's gone. I won't bring it back out again until you're ready for me to. Calm down. Easy does it. Her words in combination with the disappearance of the wand seemed to calm him down, and his breathing slowed and his trembling slowly subsided as well, but his eyes still held that terrified look in them. Over the next 15 minutes he relaxed further and slowly slipped into sleep with the nurse and Sirius still standing over him worriedly. What just happened here? Sirius asked hesitantly as the two withdrew to the far side of the wing where they wouldn't disturb the sleeping boy. Before he got an answer though, the doors opened and Albus, Remus, and Severus entered. They gave the sleeping boy a curious look before joining the other two. What's wrong, Poppy? Why hasn't Harry been healed yet? Asked Dumbledore, concern evident in his voice. He wouldn't allow me to heal him, Headmaster, she answered truthfully. What do you mean? Asked Snape, a bitter edge to his voice. He let me examine him without protest, but when I went to heal his wounds with my wand, he did something and my wand went flying across the room. He looked absolutely terrified by the sight of it. He was breathing shallowly and trembling violently. He wouldn't take his eyes from my wand until I put it out of sight, and only then did he begin to relax. He just fell asleep a few moments ago. How did he disarm you without a wand of his own? His wand is here where he left it, isn't it, Albus? Asked Remus curiously. Indeed, it has been in my office since that day, and I believe he disarmed you through wandless magic. If you remember, he was able to banish Voldemort without the use of a wand the day they disappeared. The question though is why he would wish to disarm you in the first place. I think I have an idea, Headmaster, said Snape softly, as though not really wanting to divulge the information willingly but feeling obliged to do so. Go ahead, Severus. The Dark Lord has always enjoyed physically torturing his enemies, but he felt above them, so to speak, so he would never touch them. Instead, he would use his wand to inflict bodily harm. He would also allow his followers to inflict whatever pain the prisoners that they wished, but they were forbidden to touch them as well when inflicting pain. Are you saying that all of these injuries were caused by wands? Asked Poppy. More than likely, yes, although some look as thought they could have been inflicted using potions as well. What type of potions could cause injuries like these? Asked Remus, apparently as confused as the others present. I can think of two in particular that he would have used. Both of these were favorites of his while I was in his service as a spy, the physical nightmare potion and the healing deprivation potion. At their blank stares, he elaborated, "The first is a potion that allows one to plant nightmares into the drinker's head and it forces them to physically suffer from whatever happens during their nightmare. For example, if one were to dream that they were carrying something heavy, they would awake to find that their arms were sore, like if they had really carried the object." A look of understanding flashed over the faces of Albus and Pomfrey, but the marauders still looked confused. "Damn you Gryffindors," he mumbled. He really had no desire to explain what exactly the nightmares the boy had probably been forced to go through, but it was obvious the Gryffindor men were still clueless as to the workings of the dark arts and torture. Even after all this, wands can only be used to cut someone or banish them into a hard object, but Harry has bruises on him like one would get from being physically beaten, not random shapes, but shapes like handprints and boot prints. At this statement, Sirius growled again and Remus shook his head in misery, but both seemed inclined to accept the truth of the words he had said, and he continued to describe the effects of the other potion he thought had been used. The healing deprivation potion is also used as a form of torture by those who practice the dark arts. It causes any injuries that a person currently has and will receive to take at least 4 times as long to heal as they would normally. This particular potion stays in the system for about a month before it needs to be re-administered. Sirius took this opportunity to interrupt with his own thoughts. "Okay, so we know Harry was at the hospital for 2 weeks, so in another 2 weeks he will be able to heal normally, right?" He looked hopefully at Snape, who was forced to dash all that hope completely. "Wrong, Black. The potion covers all injuries incurred while it was still in the system and must be re-administered to cover any new injuries. Those injuries that Potter currently has were probably all incurred while he was under the influences of this potion, which means they will take at least 4 times as long to heal naturally, since it is obvious we can't use our wands to treat them. The good news is that any injuries Harry receives after the potion wears off will heal in the normal time frame." "So what you're saying is that Harry's injuries will heal, it will just take longer than normal, right?" asked Remus, wanting to make sure he had caught everything the potion's master had said. 10 points to Gryffindor, he replied sarcastically, earning himself a glare from Remus and Sirius and a slight chuckle from the headmaster. "So what do we do now?" asked Poppy. "For now, I recommend we treat his injuries as best as we can using Muggle techniques. Meanwhile, we will keep him here until the start of term and hopefully he will come around and tell us what has happened these past months." He had just turned to leave when Remus asked one final question. "What about his friends Albus? Especially Ginny? They were all quite insistent to be allowed to see him soon. I believe that it would be in the best interest of them and Harry to wait until things settle down a bit. I don't think he wishes his friends to see him in such a state, and I don't think they would like to see their best friend beaten so terribly." Remus had to admit that the headmaster had a point about Harry not wanting his friends to see him like this, but he didn't think Ginny, Ron, and Hermione would be affected by what they saw as far as the injuries, but he knew what Dumbledore had really meant. They had no idea how his friends would react once they caught sight of the dark mark on his arm. "We will let the Weasleys know about Harry's condition immediately, but I must insist the students stay home until the beginning of term." He then left the hospital wing with Snape at his heels, leaving Remus and Sirius to go back to Harry. He was lying on the cool ground in the courtyard and his insides were on fire from the repeated pains of the Cruciatus curses thrown at him from Voldemort. He was trying to force oxygen into his lungs, but it was less painful not to try and breathe. Then he heard the cold voice in the distance through the sounds of the battle raging on all around him. "Perhaps I will give Mr. Malfoy the honor of killing you, since he despises your boyfriend so much." It was Voldemort and he was talking about killing Ginny. He had to stop him, now. Ignoring the pain shooting through his body, he rose and made his way to his beloved Ginny. He would not allow her to be harmed, not matter what the cost. His memories then jumped to a dark room. He was lying on the damp floor facing a wall of stone. He could hear angry voices all around him and as he listened he could make out their words. "How in the hell did we get here and why can't we get out? We've tried every spell imaginable and still nothing," said one man, clearly furious with the current situation. His words though reminded Harry of what happened and how they had come to be in such a terrible place. The battle with Voldemort, the killing curse that had hit him hard in the chest, the Dementors being banished back to Azkaban, and himself, the Death Eaters, and what remained of Voldemort being brought here by his power. He knew the men thought he was probably unconscious or even dead, and he dreaded what would happen when they discovered otherwise. His memories ended abruptly as his eyes flew open and he realized he was drenched in a cold sweat and something thicker and sticky. He looked at the blankets that were covering himself and saw spots of rich red spreading out over them. Not surprised by what he saw since he had been experiencing the same thing for too many weeks, he glanced at Sirius and Remus who were standing beside the bed. "Poppy, what on earth has happened? Why is he bleeding?" asked Sirius urgently. "I'm afraid it is going to be a rough summer, Mr. Black." Apparently the thrashing around caused by his nightmare made his wounds reopen. "I wish we could just close them up and be done with it," she mumbled to herself as she drew back the blankets and proceeded to wrap the now bleeding wounds in fresh bandages after removing Harry's pajama shirt. During the entire time she was doing these things, Harry never protested except for the occasional gasp of pain as she touched a particularly tender spot. His eyes remained trained to the bed and never once did he answer the numerous questions that the adults were asking of him concerning his condition or dream. Once she had finished with his chest and stomach, she asked him to sit up so she could do the same to his back, which he did without argument, even though it caused him immense pain, causing him to have black areas begin to cloud the boundaries of his vision. He refused to let them know just how much pain he was in though, so he just gritted his teeth, clenched his fists. Regardless of his best efforts though, he let out a small audible gasp again even though he tried to prevent it. He sat like that for a long time while she cleaned and bandaged the areas on his back, still refusing to meet anybody else's eyes. When she had finished, she gave Harry a new shirt to put on and he was thankful that it was a long-sleeved one. Awkwardly, he tried to pull the shirt over his arms, but it just caused him too much pain to fight with it and he was shaking from the effort. He was about to give up when a gentle hand pulled the shirt from his trembling hands and carefully guided his bandaged arm through the sleeve before moving to his next arm. The person helping him took hold of his other arm and guided it toward the other sleeve, successfully exposing the underside of his forearm and the hideous mark that resided there. Harry looked at the mark for a few short moments, remembering the day he had received it far too clearly and remembering just what that symbol represented only served to make him angrier with himself. Furious about it being seen by anyone but himself, he thrust his arm into the waiting shirt and collapsed back onto the bed headless of the pain it caused. He stared up at the ceiling of the room and saw Sirius' face as he bent over him and buttoned the shirt he had helped Harry put on. When he was done, he looked searchingly into Harry's eyes and said something that took him completely by surprise. "Harry, I am your godfather and I will always be here for you no matter what happens. I love you no matter what. I don't know what has happened to you these past months, but when you are ready to talk about it, I'm willing to listen." His words startled Harry so much that the boy lost his stony resolve for a fraction of a moment and met Sirius' gaze, looking into his eyes to that his godfather was not exaggerating his words one bit and that he truly meant every word he had said. Just as quickly as his resolve fell though, it was restored and he diverted his gaze from the concerned eyes of his godfather back to the ceiling. Sirius and Remus had been sitting beside the boy's bed for about an hour when he began toss and turn, apparently having a nightmare. Knowing there was nothing they could do to stop the nightmare without further startling Harry and causing him to use wandless magic again, they had been forced to watch for several agonizing minutes until his eyes snapped open and he looked about wildly until his eyes settled on the blankets covering him which were beginning to absorb blood. Madame Pomfrey had explained what had happened to cause him to start bleeding before she set to work removing his saturated blankets and pajama shirt. They were both shocked by what the removal of clothing revealed to their eyes. Neither of them had seen his chest, abdomen, or back without the protective bandages covering them, and once Madame Pomfrey removed them, the full impact of just how lucky Harry was to be alive hit them both full force. It looked as though someone was trying to draw abstract pictures on his body by cutting into the flesh using some sort of crude blade. How somebody could hold a wand and direct it into such elaborate patterns made them both sick to their stomachs, but what was worse was the amount of pain that must have accompanied the artist's efforts. The gashes were so numerous that it was impossible to distinguish where one began and the other one ended, and none of them were small and insignificant. They were all deep and any one looked as though it alone was bad enough to kill a normal man. Harry was not a normal person though, and that is why he was still living. When Madame Pomfrey asked him to sit up, he obliged without protest, but as he did so, they could all see how much pain it caused him to do so. His teeth were clenched tightly together and his fists were in tight balls gripping the blankets beside his body. He allowed a small nearly inaudible gasp to escape his mouth. His back was in the same condition as his front, but it contained quite a few more bruises, as though he had been flung unmercifully into a wall repeatedly. Sirius immediately felt guilty for the amount of pain he must have caused the boy as he was carrying him in his arms earlier that day. They watched in silence as she continued to see to his bandages and they both thought about the long weeks that were ahead of them all. Harry was injured beyond belief physically, but they knew those injuries would heal in time. He was severely thin and desperately needed to gain quite a bit of weight before he would even begin to look like a normal wizard who was approaching his 17th birthday. His ribs showed predominantly through his battered skin and his arms looked like they could be snapped with no effort at all, but this too would be rectified as time went on. The thing they were starting to doubt could be fixed though was his psychological trauma. Even before the events of the past months, Harry had suffered more pain and loss than most wizards twice his age would ever face. Whether or not he would be able to overcome this particular barrier was yet to be seen. Once his injuries were bandaged again, Madame Pomfrey gave him a new shirt before leaving to clean the old one and the blankets where he wouldn't have to see her wand. Harry had been trying unsuccessfully to put the shirt on over his mangled arm for several moments and he had begun to tremble with the effort when Sirius had seen enough. He knew Harry was ridiculously stubborn, but even he must have known he needed help. Sirius gently took the fabric from his grasp and helped guide the broken arm into a sleeve before he moved to the other arm. He gently grabbed the thin wrist to put it into the sleeve when he noticed Harry's eyes flicker to the dark mark tattooed there. The normally bright eyes that had always been filled with life and energy clouded over with hate as he took in the mark for a moment before violently thrusting his arm into the sleeve and collapsing back onto the bed. Sirius had carefully buttoned up the shirt over the boy's bandages before he looked into those green eyes and spoke quietly and truthfully into the face of his godson. When he finished his short and impromptu speech, he was startled to see that Harry was looking intently into his eyes, as though he were judging for himself whether or not the words spoken were indeed the truth. He held the gaze for a moment before looking back to the ceiling of the room, leaving Sirius to share a quick glance with Remus, confirming the fact that Harry had actually seemed to notice the words spoken and acknowledge them as truth. Albus Dumbledore was dreading the task he was about to perform, knowing it would be a very difficult task indeed. He was walking up the long walk toward the Weasleys' front door to tell them about Harry's condition and to tell his two best friends and a certain red-headed girlfriend with a temper akin to fire that they would have to wait until the beginning of the school term to see him again. This was going to be a challenging task indeed, and trying to cover up his suspicions surrounding the dark mark would be even more challenging, as he didn't plan to tell anybody else about the boy who lived having the mark of one in the service of Lord Voldemort, because he knew that even those who considered him family would jump to conclusions. He quickly covered the last bit of ground between himself and the front door and stood collecting his thoughts for a moment before lightly knocking. The door was thrown open an instant later and the old wizard was met with the hopeful face of the youngest Weasley. "Good afternoon, Miss Weasley. I was hoping I could have a word with you and your family," he said kindly, not wanting to give the child reason to jump to conclusions about what he wanted to discuss. "Certainly, sir. Come on in," she replied politely before asking the desperate question, "How is Harry? Will we be able to see him today?" "We shall discuss both of those questions in a moment, when everyone else is present. Now where might I find your parents?" He noticed that his words caused a frustrated flush to creep up the girl's face for a moment before she motioned him in and led him into the quaint kitchen where Arthur and Molly were seated. "Albus, what brings you by?" asked Arthur politely as he stood and shook hands with the headmaster. "There are a few new developments I wish to inform you about concerning Harry." Their reactions were just what he had expected them to be. Arthur set his jaw in firm resolution and Molly visibly paled, both apparently expecting the worst. "Are Ron and Hermione around? I would like to include them in this as well as Eugenie," he continued, looking at the girl still standing beside him. "They're out back. I'll go get them," she answered, happy that the three of them were going to be included. Dumbledore took a seat at the large table and sat in silence for several moments with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley sitting in silence opposite him. Several moments later, The door burst open and Ron, Hermione and Ginny came hurrying in, all flushed from apparently sprinting back to the house. The three students all to seats next to the Weasley parents and sat in silence, awaiting whatever it was he had to say. As you undoubtedly know already, an article appeared in a Muggle newspaper this morning about a teenage boy who mysteriously showed up in a Muggle hospital a few weeks ago. The description matched that of Harry, so I sent Sirius, Remus, and Severus to see if it was him. What they found was a mixed blessing though. The boy in the hospital was indeed Mr. Potter, but he has been severely injured and abused these past months. At this, he looked into the faces of those seated in front of him and noticed unshed tears in the eyes of the three females and identical expressions of stony resolve on the faces of Ron and Arthur. The doctor in the hospital informed me of Harry's arrival in the hospital, and apparently he said some very curious things when he arrived. He told the doctor that he was gone. They all were. Now these words can mean several things, but we think he was speaking of Voldemort and his followers. A resounding sigh of relief echoed through the kitchen at these words, and all the Weasleys and Hermione looked almost thrilled at this piece of information. The doctor also informed me that Harry has not spoken a conscious word since that night, and that he spends the hours he is awake staring straight ahead and appears to be oblivious to the things, people, and events around him. We then transferred him to Hogwarts, where Madame Pomfrey took stock of his injuries, which to say the least are extensive. His right arm has been shattered beyond use and his right leg is broken in several places, rendering his knee useless as well. Several of his ribs have been broken as well, and they have caused bruising to his heart and lungs, and one of his lungs has been punctured. He has been severely beaten and bruises cover the majority of his body, as well as many deep lacerations all over his chest, abdomen, and back. To put it mildly, he's in bad shape. He paused here to collect his thoughts once again before continuing, not wanting to face the questions that he knew he would be flooded with eventually. We believe that Harry will recover from these injuries, but it will take much longer than normal for him to do so. It looks as though he was given a potion to slow the natural healing process, causing it to take at least 4 times as long for his injuries to heal completely, which means he won't be fully recovered until at least Christmas, if not later. Arthur now decided to interrupt with the main question the old man had been dreading having to answer. Why can't Madame Pomfrey just heal him magically? Surely she has dealt with worse, and it would be just a matter of days instead of months before he is healed. She tried soon after Harry arrived at the castle, but something happened that I cannot explain. According to Sirius and Poppy, she had just drawn her wand and poised it over his stomach when they noticed a flip of his wrist and the wand went flying into the far wall of the infirmary. At their baffled expressions, he elaborated more. Apparently Harry used some type of wandless magic to disarm her, and when they looked to him for some sort of an explanation, he appeared terrified by the sight of the wand. We can only assume that it was using wands that his injuries were inflicted, which makes it impossible to use a wand to heal his injuries. Even when he is sleeping, no magic can come into contact with his body, and I can't even begin to explain why. Before you ask, the same is true with potions, because he was given some pretty powerful ones as well while he was gone. This new information caused Hermione and all 4 Weasleys to look completely appalled, all of them furious with whoever had done this to Harry. Ginny was the first to speak up. "When can we see him, sir?" she asked quietly, as she tried to control her emotions. "I'm afraid I must ask you to wait until at least the beginning of term to visit with Harry. He has just been through a terrible ordeal, and I'm worried about him being with too many people right now, until he has recovered a bit and is prepared to see his friends again." "What do you mean until he is ready to see us? Don't you think we would be the best people to help him out of this?" asked Ron, still thoroughly confused by the headmaster's words. "I believe that Mr. Potter is too ashamed to be around those who care about him right now, judging by his reaction to those of us who were present in the Muggle hospital. What in heaven's name does he have to be ashamed about? He has been beaten and tortured for 3 months, it's not like he caused it to happen. On the contrary, he saved an entire castle full of students from falling to the Dark Lord. He has no right to be ashamed of anything." Ginny was furious. Not only was she being forbidden from seeing Harry for another month and a half, but now Dumbledore was telling her that Harry was too ashamed of his condition to see her or his best friends. "I'm afraid it is not his injuries that he is ashamed of, Ginny, but rather, the experience he has been through," said the headmaster in a dejected tone, meeting the eyes of all present in the room before continuing. "I must ask you not to jump to any conclusions concerning what I am about to tell you. We have no idea just what has occurred these past months, but sometime while Harry was missing, something happened to him." "What are you getting at, Albus?" asked Arthur with a note of impatience in his voice. "For some reason still unknown to us, Harry has become even more powerful since he disappeared, and I have reason to believe that this new power could carry with it the mark of evil. Harry is not the same boy who disappeared on March 4th, and I am uncertain about whether or not he can be trusted." With those words out, he looked back to the faces in front of him. Ginny let out a small shriek and clamped her hands over her mouth with tears running unchecked down her cheeks. Hermione looked stunned, as though she couldn't process what had just been said, and Ron wore an identical expression as his best friend. Arthur had his arms around his wife who was sobbing into his robes muttering incoherently. Arthur was the first to get his voice back and he spoke quietly. "Do you think he will recover, Albus?" "I don't know, Arthur, but I do know that he is in a terrible psychological state right now. He has closed himself up completely and is terrified of being hurt again. He doesn't know who or what to trust, and until he does, I must limit his contact to the staff of the school and his godfather. Could I have a private word with you, Arthur, before I leave?" "Certainly, Albus, let's go to the living room." He slowly unwrapped himself from his wife's embrace and followed the old man into the other room. "Arthur, there is now no doubt in my mind that Harry has become even more powerful these past months, and I am worried about what he will do with these newfound powers. I don't think he would intentionally harm his friends, but he could only too easily injure them without meaning to if he were startled or angry. Please try your hardest to explain to them that I am not doing this out of spite, but for their own protection. I must return to the castle now. I'll keep in touch." With that, he disappeared from the living room with a pop, and Arthur returned to the kitchen to try to calm his family as much as possible. The next several weeks were tiring on all involved. Sirius was by Harry's bed all but a few hours a day when he would get a quick nap and freshen up, to be replaced by Remus. The hospital wing remained relatively silent for the most part, interrupted by only the hushed conversations between Madame Pomfrey and the various members of the staff who came to check on Harry. His injuries were slowly healing, and there were some that were still very obvious and painful looking to the observer, especially those on his face. Harry continued to remain in his tightly sealed shell, never speaking and only occasionally meeting anyone's eyes. He obeyed whatever Sirius or Madame Pomfrey told him to do, eating any food that was placed before him, but he never ate much more than the most necessary amounts, which had done nothing to add much needed weight to his too thin frame, but at least he was eating. His strength had slowly returned, and he was now able to stay awake throughout the entire day instead of only being awake for a few hours at a time before becoming exhausted again and falling asleep. His increase in energy prompted Sirius to approach Madame Pomfrey about letting Harry take a slow walk about the castle, which she had agreed would do the boy good if she were able to find some sort of brace for his mangled arm and leg so he could walk unassisted by others, since he refused to let them aid him any more than was absolutely necessary. She had designed a brace similar to those Muggles used to support injured legs, but had added a few magical alterations, making it light as a feather and thin enough to be hidden under his robes while still being strong enough to help him walk around as long as he was wearing it. His arm was held close to his body in a sling to prevent it jostling the shattered bones as much as possible. From that day forward, Harry had taken walks of increasing lengths through the vast castle, always in the company of Sirius. Even though his energy levels had slowly increased over the past several weeks, it was still incredibly painful for him to walk for very long before he was gasping for breath and white as a sheet because his broken bones were taking far longer than the external wounds to heal. Sirius hated to see his godson in so much pain, but Harry would refuse to allow him help him back to the hospital wing, shrugging off his gentle hand and stubbornly going back to the infirmary unaided, and Sirius remembered all too well what had happened the one time he had tried to force Harry to let him help. No matter how trying the walks were though, they appeared to be doing him some good, and by the end of the second week of daily walks, he reached the end of the massive hallway that the hospital wing was on before turning back to return, the furthest he had made it yet, and by the end of the summer he could walk to the entrance of the tower before he turned back, completely exhausted but looking proud of himself nonetheless. His 17th birthday passed unnoticed by Harry himself, and the cards and gifts that had been sent for him were being kept by Sirius until such time he was ready to receive them, on the advice of Poppy and Albus, who both thought it best since Harry didn't even seem to realize there was a small pile of gifts on the table by his bed. Those staying at the Weasleys were anxious for September the 1st to arrive so they could return to Hogwarts and see their friend at last and try to figure out what had happened to him since his disappearance. Near the end of the summer, Dumbledore came to the hospital wing to speak to Harry privately, much to the irritation of Sirius, who was forced to wait in the hallway until they were through. He approached a chair that was sitting next to one of the expansive windows and contained a slight figure with thick black hair hanging to his shoulders. He smiled slightly as he remembered the look on Sirius' face as he tried to wash the boy's hair the day after he had arrived at the castle. He had walked in to speak with Madame Pomfrey and had seen Sirius leaning over the bed with Harry's head soaked and himself as well. He was trying to figure out what the best course of action was to rinse Harry's head without making a massive mess and incurring the wrath of Madame Pomfrey. He had been oblivious to the headmaster watching him, and was about to just pour an entire bowl of water over the boy's head when Dumbledore had suggested putting some towels on the floor first to catch the water before he flooded the entire infirmary. He still smiled at the shocked expression on Sirius' face as he realized someone was watching him, but he had obliged with the recommendation and finished without making too much of a mess. These days though, much to Sirius' delight, Harry was able to care for himself completely, doing everything on his own, including washing his own hair and dressing himself, though he still had problems buttoning his shirts. The only reason that he was still being kept in the hospital wing was so that he would always have someone nearby, and this was what Dumbledore wished to speak to him about tonight. "Harry, how are you feeling tonight?" He hadn't really expected an answer, so he wasn't surprised when he didn't receive one. He just moved until he was standing in front of the boy, who continued to look out the window beside him. "Harry, there are a few questions I need you to answer for me. As you know, the students will be returning to Hogwarts in 3 days, and it won't be possible for you to remain in the hospital wing once they arrive. The Ministry is still unaware of your return, and I will keep it that way if you wish, but that would require you to remain in Sirius' quarters. The other option is that you could remain to your dormitory or stay with Sirius once the students arrive. You will not be required to attend classes if you don't wish until you are ready to do so. This is your decision and I will support whatever you decide to do." He was walking toward the hospital wing door to go when he heard the chair behind him scrape the ground. Turning around, he was shocked to see Harry standing with his weight supported by the chair back. Harry was looking right at him without blinking and remained that way for what felt like an eternity, his green eyes penetrating blue ones. What happened next shocked Albus beyond words. "I want to be treated like everyone else." His words were barely audible, but they were there and made perfect sense. Harry wished to return to his dormitory and attend classes like every other 17-year-old wizard in the world. Albus continued to stare at the boy for several more moments before he spoke again, in a tone much steadier than the boy's had been. "Very well, Harry, you shall be at the start of term banquet 3 days from now, but there is one more question I must ask of you. Would you like me to bring your wand down? It has been in my office since the day you left." His words caused the boy's face to pale suddenly, and Albus was afraid he had caused him to retreat back into his protective shell. His worries were alleviated as soon as he spoke again though. "No, Professor, I don't need it, but please keep it for me, I might want it later." Albus decided not to press the issue any further by asking how it was possible Harry didn't need his wand, so he changed the topic. "Very well, I will ask one of the staff members to gather your things from Diagon Alley for you for the new term. Would you like me to send Sirius back in?" He looked back at Harry and was disappointed to see that his eyes had lost their focus once again and he was staring blankly at the floor, locked up inside his own thoughts and feelings. Sighing heavily, he left the hospital wing and was met with an irritated-looking Sirius. "Can I go be with my godson now, Albus?" he asked impatiently. "One moment, Sirius. I asked Harry if he would like to remain in your quarters once the students arrived or if he wanted to return to the tower, and his answer was most surprising. He told me he wanted to be treated like everyone else, which meant he wanted to return to his dormitory and attend classes. He also told me that he wouldn't need his wand for his classes." "What do you mean he told you this?" Harry has been here for 10 weeks and hasn't said a word to anyone, but he answered you tonight. Yes, Sirius, he did answer my questions, but that is all. When I tried to continue the conversation, he closed back up again and the hollow look was back in his eyes. I have no idea why he answered these questions and not all the others we have asked him, but the fact remains that he did answer me tonight and we must respect his decisions on this matter and allow him to return to classes in his house dormitory. Sirius looked furious at these words and his fury was released in his voice. What do you mean he is going back to classes? And going back to the tower? He won't speak to anybody and he is still terribly hurt. Those wounds have barely healed and he gets out of breath after climbing one flight of stairs. How in heaven's name is he supposed to make it from the dungeons to the astronomy tower? He's not ready to be burdened with all of this yet, he's not ready. Sirius was pacing the hallway during his entire speech and with his last words he sank to the floor. Sirius, I know how tough these past months have been for you, but think about Harry, he just wants to be a normal student now and we should respect his wishes. Sure, this means you won't be able to be by his side constantly, but he will have his friends and you will still be in the castle. No one will be able to hurt him anymore, I promise you. His eyes flickered with understanding at the headmaster's words and he nodded in understanding before getting to his feet again and going back into the infirmary. Dumbledore decided to keep Harry's return from the ministry until the night of the welcome feast in case Harry changed his mind about what he wanted to do. But by late afternoon on September 1st, it became obvious he was sticking to his original decision. He had gone to the hospital wing to deliver Harry's new robes to him so he would have time to prepare for the arrival of the rest of the student body and had found Harry carefully packing his new school books into his trunk from his place on the bed. He was wearing a pair of plain black pants, over which his leg brace was in place, and a long-sleeved and collared black shirt, which effectively hid the worst of his injuries which had now become scars as well as the tattoo on his arm. His right arm was still heavily bandaged and held close to his chest in the sling, making packing quite difficult it appeared. His face looked quite a bit better than it had when he had first arrived, having color on his cheeks helped him to look more healthy, Dumbledore noted with satisfaction, but the boy's face still bore evidence of the ordeal he had been through. There were still a dark bruise on one cheek and an evil-looking scar stretching down the other cheek and another one over his left eye. The scars on his face served as a harsh reminder of just what he had incurred at the hands of his enemies, and they, combined with his dark attire, made him look slightly foreboding. His hair, which now reached a couple inches below his thin shoulders, was hanging loose and served as a barrier around his face, hiding his eyes from view, though Dumbledore knew what he would see within them. A shield blocking all the pain and misery from the eyes of outsiders. Harry didn't even lift his eyes as the headmaster approached him and sat on the bed beside him. Harry, I have brought you a new robe for the feast tonight. I do believe you have grown a couple of inches since last September, making your old ones too short to wear this term. He laid the robes between himself and Harry before speaking again. The rest of the student body will be arriving in a few hours, but I must warn you. None but Hermione and the Weasleys know that you have returned, so your presence may come as a bit of a shock to the others. I will make an announcement to the students before the feast to prevent you from being bombarded with questions, though I doubt many will recognize you at first glance. You have changed since they last saw you. Once you are done packing, you may move your belongings to the tower. The password is Phoenix Feather. Madame Pomfrey will expect you to come by every night before dinner for a check-up. And Sirius will probably be waiting for you up here every night as well. I must be finishing up the plans for the feast, so I will see you there. He stood and made his way to the door and looked over his shoulder at Harry, who was still packing his trunk as though the headmaster were not even there, as he had done during their entire one-sided conversation. Shaking his head wearily, he exited the infirmary and came face to face with Sirius, who was carrying the last of Harry's new supplies to his godson, including new parchment and quills as well as fresh potions ingredients. Smiling slightly at the younger man, Dumbledore continued on his way toward his office to put the final touches on his welcome back speech for that evening. Ginny followed Ron and Hermione through the barrier of platform 9 3/4 to board the Hogwarts Express. The first thing she noticed as she looked around the magical platform was how much happier everyone looked than they had at the end of last term. Voldemort had not been seen or heard from since the battle on Hogwarts, and people were beginning to feel safe again. Her father had told them not to mention the fact that Harry had returned to any of their fellow students since the ministry was still unaware of his appearance, and the three had agreed to do so, but that would not stop them from going up to Sirius and finding out where Harry was as soon as the feast drew to an end. She had been forced to go without seeing Harry for 3 months when she didn't know if he were dead or alive, and then forced to go another 10 weeks after she knew he was indeed alive. She refused to go more than an hour in the same building as him without seeing him regardless of whatever warnings others might give her, and judging by the expressions on Ron and Hermione's faces, they felt the same way. After keying her mother and father goodbye, the 3 students climbed into the train and found an empty compartment near the end where they stowed their trunks before sitting back for the long ride back to school. During the trip, several of their classmates came by and asked how they were doing, but none stayed long since it was obvious they weren't going to be very good company, and about halfway there, they got caught up in their own conversation about what they thought the coming term had in store for them, but the topic of Harry never came up. They were all still confused about the revelation Dumbledore had made about Harry having changed a great deal since the last time they had seen him, and no one had any idea about what had gone on yet. They all assumed that since Harry's appearance had not been publicized that there were only a few people who knew the truth: the Weasleys, Hermione, Sirius, and the Hogwarts staff. They figured that he would be staying with Sirius in his rooms to keep him from being noticed by any of the other students and word getting out that he was back. Before they realized it, the train began to slow and they looked out the windows to see the village of Hogsmeade coming into view. They hastily pulled on their robes and followed the crowd of chattering students off the train and made their way to the waiting carriages. Harry finished packing his trunk once Sirius had delivered the remainder of his supplies to him. He used the bedpost to pull himself to his feet and once steady reached for the set of robes Dumbledore had brought him earlier. He pulled them awkwardly over his head and situated his mangled arm into the right sleeve before pulling his left arm through its sleeve. Oblivious to the fact that Sirius and Remus were sitting on the bed next to his, he waved his left hand and closed his trunk with a snap, and with another wave of his hand levitated it before making his way to the doors of the room he had lived in these past many weeks. He walked slowly down the long hallway, wincing in pain every time his right leg struck the ground, causing him to limp noticeably and cause Sirius and Remus' hearts to break. He was forced to stop several times on his ascent to Gryffindor Tower to catch his breath and take the agonizing weight from his sore leg, causing his trip to his dormitory to take nearly 20 minutes, the entire trip being followed by his parents' best friends who knew better than to try to help him, that he would only brush off their help if not more and do it on his own anyways. At long last, they approached the portrait of the fat lady and they could just make out Harry's voice as he whispered the password, allowing himself access to the common room. Once he was inside, the fat lady closed behind him and Sirius and Remus turned without a word and headed toward their rooms to change before going to the Great Hall to await the arrival of the students. An hour later, the teachers were sitting at the head table speaking quietly among themselves when the massive doors opened slightly to admit Harry, who limped slowly toward the Gryffindor table, his head trained to his feet and his hair shielding his face from their view completely. He took a seat near the back of the table, almost hidden in the shadows, and sat unmoving with his eyes now focused on the plate before him, but if one were to watch carefully, they would notice him subconsciously pulling at the wrist of his shirt on his left arm, making sure it was covering his arm completely. About 20 minutes later, a great commotion could be heard from the entrance of the school as the great doors were opened and the students spilled into the entry hall. Apparently though, Harry either didn't notice the commotion or chose to ignore it and he continued to stare at the table before him. The doors suddenly opened with a loud bang and hundreds of students poured into the great hall. Several of them noticed the dark figure sitting alone at the Gryffindor table and they leaned over to their neighbors inquiring as to who it was and why they were already at the castle, but no one seemed to know the answer so they just continued to stare at the boy in mild curiosity before taking their own seats at their respective tables. Near the middle of the group of entering students came a red-headed boy and a girl with bushy brown hair. All three of them were silent and focused on finding seats until a Ravenclaw behind Hermione tapped her on the shoulder. "Who is that sitting at the Gryffindor table? Is he a transfer student or something? I don't recognize him, but then again, I can't see his face," he whispered into her ear. Curious, She looked to where he was indicating and saw the lone figure in the shadows, but she too was unable to recognize him. He looked as though he were wearing the standard black Hogwarts robes, and that combined with his long dark hair and the shadows surrounding him made him impossible to identify. Curious, she turned to Ron and Ginny. "Ron, Ginny, let's go see who that is. I don't recognize him and he looks like he could use some company," she told her friends as she dragged them across the hall toward the figure in the corner. Not wanting to argue with Hogwarts' head girl, they followed her obediently over to the table and sat across from the student, who didn't even raise his head to acknowledge their presence. He looked almost as tall as Ron, but they could tell by his loose robes that he was quite thin. He had thick pitch black hair that hung below his shoulders, and with his head bowed toward the table it formed a dark curtain that shielded his features from their view. As they took their seats at the table, Ginny couldn't help but feel as though there were something familiar about this boy, but what she couldn't quite place. She seated herself next to Hermione and just continued to gaze at the boy in interest. "Hi, I'm Hermione Granger, head girl here at Hogwarts, and this is my boyfriend Ron Weasley and his younger sister Ginny. Where are you from? I don't think I've seen you here before." They were all shocked when he didn't even raise his head, let alone answer her questions. He just continued to stare unblinking at the table before him. Before they could ask any more questions though, Professor McGonagall came through the door with the anxious first years following her. They all watched the sorting in silence, all but the black-haired stranger anyways, and clapped when new students were sorted into their house. When the ceremony was over, Dumbledore tapped the side of his goblet for silence as he got to his feet. The hall quieted down immediately and he began his start-of-term speech, telling the students about the rules of the castle and introducing the staff members seated with him at the table. All the students listened politely, with their eyes fixed on the old wizard before them, and Hermione was frustrated by the new student's lack of respect as he continued to stare at the plate in front of him, not even paying attention to the headmaster's speech. Annoyed, she turned her attention back to the headmaster only to see him staring back at the boy sitting across from her. He gathered a deep breath before speaking again, his eyes never slipping off of the boy. "I have one final announcement to make to all of you, and I ask you listen carefully to me. Undoubtedly, all of you are aware of the events that occurred at the castle on March 4th of last year and the disappearance of one of our students." Hermione was shocked. Why was Dumbledore staring at this student in front of her while he talked about Harry? He had told them he didn't want word of Harry's reappearance getting out, so what did this boy have to do with him, unless? "We all feared that Mr. Potter had been killed by Lord Voldemort, but a few weeks after the end of term, he was found by one of our search teams. He will be rejoining his housemates and classes with the rest of you tomorrow. Now I know how anxious you are to ask him questions, but I must insist you refrain from doing so until a later date. Now, let the feast begin." With that he clapped his hands and the plates covering the table were instantly covered with delicious-looking food. Most of the students were so excited about the announcement about Harry that they just stared at the boy at the end of the table in awe, waiting to see if it was indeed him as they slowly filled their plates with the food. After several minutes though, when it became obvious they wouldn't see anything, they began to chatter quietly and eat their food. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny though ignored the food and just stared at the black head in front of them. "Harry, is that you?" Ginny asked quietly, looking intently at him and seeing for the first time that his arm was held to his chest in a sling. "Please answer me, Harry, I've missed you so much," she pleaded. Ron and Hermione just sat in silence staring at him as well but not trusting their voices. Slowly, the boy in front of them lifted his gaze from the table and looked intently into Ginny's brown eyes, still completely oblivious to the other students in the hall who were shooting him curious looks between bites of food. When his gaze lifted to meet that of Ginny, Ron and Hermione had to control their reactions upon seeing the still unhealed cuts and bruises on his face. Ginny though smiled at her boyfriend ignoring the wounds, and he continued to hold her eyes for several minutes before turning his gaze toward those of his two best friends, who smiled at him in turn. The first thing they noticed about his eyes was how much pain was hidden in them and how much sorrow, but they were soon gone to be replaced by a wall that forced his emotions away from the surface and buried them deep inside. "It's good to see you again, Harry," Hermione whispered to her friend, and Ron nodded in agreement. "It's good to be back," His answer was softly spoken and barely audible over the noise of the hall, but the three heard it and their smiles grew even wider. A moment later though, Harry had climbed back into the shell he had been in when they arrived, and his eyes lost their focus as he began to dish a small amount of food onto his empty plate, which looked quite awkward since he was doing so with his left hand. Curious, they looked to his right arm and were startled to see it was held in a sling against his chest. The others followed his lead and began to dish their own dinner and ate it quietly, every once in a while trying to spark a conversation with Harry, but every attempt proved futile, so they ate in silence. When dinner ended and Dumbledore dismissed them all to their common rooms, Ginny, Ron, and Hermione stood slowly and waited until the hall was almost emptied of students before turning to see Harry still sitting as though he hadn't heard the announcement. Sirius walked over to them and leaned over the table to look right at Harry for a moment before speaking quietly to his godson. "Harry, dinner is over, it's time to go to your common room. If you need me tonight, send Hedwig to get me, if not, I'll see you at breakfast." He straightened up and watched as Harry got to his feet, using the table to support his weight until they were squarely under him. He then turned and made his way slowly to the doors of the hall, limping every time his right leg made contact with the ground. Sirius then turned to the three students beside him. "It will take him a while to get to the tower. His leg and ribs are still pretty painful when he walks any distance, but he won't let you help him, so don't try, just make sure he gets there all right, will you?" "Of course, Sirius, we would never leave him," Hermione answered honestly, smiling at him. He then bid them all good night before exiting the hall himself through one of the side doors. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny left through the front doors and caught up with Harry, who had just begun to climb the grand marble staircase, and they could all tell he was already exhausted from the effort it was costing him to do so. Although concerned for their friend's well-being, they heeded Sirius' warnings and didn't try to help him, none of them knowing that the one time Sirius had tried to help Harry up the stairs he had been stunned by a flick of the black-haired boy's wrist and left on staircase, not reawakened until Remus had found him 2 hours later. Harry had successfully made it clear that he wanted to get around on his own that day. Over 20 minutes later, they reached the portrait of the fat lady and Harry whispered the password so softly that none of his friends heard him. When they entered the common room, they were met with the whole population of Gryffindor staring silently at them, or more correctly, Harry. The black-haired 7th year limped straight through the common room, though with his head bowed and his hair once again blocking his face from their inquisitive eyes. He proceeded to the staircase leading to his dorm and wearily climbed it to the quiet of his bed, unaware of the many pairs of eyes trained on his retreating back. When they heard the door at the top of the stairs close, the students turned to Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, asking 1,000 questions which none of them wanted to answer, so they too went to their respective dorms to go to sleep and ignored their housemates' irritated expressions. As Ginny got into bed that night, her thoughts turned to the boy in the 7th year dorms and she was filled with questions. Why wouldn't he talk to anyone about what had happened, and why did he block out the world around him like it didn't exist? He had changed since she had last seen him, changed from the open, loving, and fun-filled boy she loved to this empty shell who almost refused to acknowledge his friends and kept his face downcast and hidden from the world. She knew he had been through a lot since that day they had been sitting in each other's arms by the lake, and she hated to see him like this, but if she were honest with herself, she realized that she was scarred of the person he had become. Not just because of the warning from Dumbledore, though that was part of the reason, but because she knew how powerful he was. If he could do magic without a wand or incantations, then he was very strong indeed, and that power frightened her more than anything else in the world, especially considering how much he had been through and the fact that he wouldn't let anybody close enough to him to help. With these thoughts rolling around in her mind, Ginny fell into a restless sleep, vowing to herself that she loved Harry no matter what and would do anything in her power to try to help him recover. When Ron had gone into the 7th year boys' dorms, he didn't quite know what to expect. He should be thrilled. His best friend, whom he had not seen in almost 6 months now and for half of that time thought was dead, was in the same room as him again. He wanted to sit next to him and fill him in on everything he had done since they had last been together, his father's promotion, his relationship with Hermione which had just begun when he disappeared, and countless other things that they had been unable to talk about for far too long, but he knew this wouldn't happen. The months when he was missing had done something to Harry, had changed him. His eyes were not the eyes of his best friend, on the contrary, they were like the eyes of a complete stranger. According to what Dumbledore had written to his family during the summer, he hadn't let the invisible walls surrounding him fall for even an instant, refusing to allow anybody close to him, and Ron didn't know if he could do anything to change that. As he quietly opened the door to their dormitory, the first thing he noticed was Harry sitting at the foot of his bed pulling his pajamas from his trunk. "Hey Harry," he said to the back of the boy in front of him as he knelt at his own trunk, but the other boy didn't even acknowledge his greeting as he pulled his robes over his head. Sighing, Ron just stood there and began to change his own cloths for bed, and when he had finished, he looked back to look at Harry, who had pulled his pajama pants on and was currently trying to get his shirt on over his bandaged right arm, looking almost frustrated as he did so. After several moments, he had succeeded and was fumbling with the buttons along the front of the shirt. Still heading Sirius warning not to interfere, Ron stood and made his way to the sink in the other room, and as he washed his face, he looked in the mirror in front of him and saw Harry was now lying back on his bed, his shirt hanging open as though he had given up the effort of trying to button it. Sighing once again, Ron walked back toward his bed and glanced at his friend curiously, noticing with a knot of pain in his stomach that his entire chest and abdomen were covered in deep scars cut in some sort of crude pattern. Looking at his friend's battered face, he realized that he had fallen asleep, his eyes were closed and his breathing was shallow but regular. Knowing that he probably wanted his privacy when the other occupants of the room came up, Ron silently drew the hangings around Harry's bed closed before collapsing into his own and falling into a restless sleep. No matter how much he despised what he was about to do, he knew it was the only thing he could do. He missed his friends dearly, and all the time he had been without Ginny's loving arms caused a knot to form in his stomach, but he had no choice. He was slowly packing all of his new school books and supplies for his final year at Hogwarts into his trunk as he sat on his bed in the hospital wing on September 1st. He was vaguely aware of Dumbledore coming in and talking to him for a couple minutes, but he couldn't remember what he had said or what it pertained to. Sirius had barely left his side during his entire stay in the infirmary, and Harry was eternally grateful for his godfather's presence and emotional support. Remus had been present much of the time as well, forcing Sirius to sleep for a few hours himself every night and eat on a regular basis. Contrary to what his parents' best friends may think, he was actually aware of most of the conversations taking place around him. He just chose not to acknowledge or respond to them, not willing to risk losing his concentration on the most important task he was trying to accomplish. He knew that every time he let his mind slip for any length of time that the consequences were dire, to say the least. Pulling himself out of the depressing thoughts and saw the new black Hogwarts robes sitting on the bed beside him. Guessing that either Sirius or Dumbledore had set it there for him to put on before the feast, he obliged, pulling it clumsily over his head before fastening the clasp at his throat. Looking into his trunk to make sure everything was packed and noticing it was, he used the bedpost to pull himself to his feet, wincing as his knee straightened out. He knew Sirius and Remus were still sitting on a bed behind him, but he ignored them and waved his left hand to make his trunk close with a loud bang. They waved his hand again, and the heavy trunk was levitated from the ground and began to follow him as he set off toward the doors of the infirmary. He heard two separate sets of footsteps following him throughout the vast corridors, but he continued on his way without acknowledging those following him. Several times on his way to the dormitory he was forced to stop and lean against the cold stone walls to regain his breath before continuing on his way. He hated not being able to move around freely without becoming weak and breathless because of the pain that stabbed his entire body with every step he took, but he couldn't allow Sirius and Remus to try to help him, so he continued to walk haltingly the entire way to the portrait of the fat lady guarding the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. He didn't know how he knew the password, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the words, "Phoenix Feather," slipped out and the portrait swung open before the fat lady had an opportunity to say a word to him. He went inside and was relieved when the entrance closed behind him before Sirius and Remus had an opportunity to follow him in. Collapsing into one of the many plush chairs in the room, he waved his arm and his trunk disappeared up the steps to the 7th-year dorms, and he heard a slight thump as it dropped to the floor at the foot of his bed. He laid back on the chair and closed his eyes, intent on getting a few moments' rest before he had to make his way back down to the Great Hall so he could arrive before all the students did and hopefully not be noticed until the speech Dumbledore was undoubtedly going to give that night. He didn't notice that he was slipping into sleep until it was too late to do anything about it. He was still lying on the cold floor facing the wall and listening to the Death Eaters yell at each other furiously about the predicament they had found themselves in. "What do you mean you still haven't found any way out of here, not?" asked a cruel voice. "We've been looking non-stop for 6 days, Lucius, but wherever we are can't be escaped from by magic or muggle means." 6 days. Had he really been lying on that floor for 6 days? "We need to find a way out of this hellhole, not," growled the other man, apparently Draco's father. "Where exactly are we, Malfoy?" "I have no idea, but I do know that that little bastard Potter is responsible for it, and if he were still alive he would pay for what he has done to the Dark Lord and his supporters." They thought he was dead. How had they not noticed he was indeed alive if they had been only a couple dozen feet from each other for so many days? Just then he heard the sound of feet approaching from behind him. He shut his eyes tight and held his breath in hopes that they would just pass him by and continue to think he was dead. He heard the feet stop next to him and felt a sharp boot kick him roughly in the back, sending white-hot knives of pain up his spine. Startled, he let out a small gasp and he heard an intake of breath behind him and the sound of swishing robes as someone bent down and grasped his shoulder roughly and rolled him onto his back. Well, I have a surprise for you, Lucius," he called over his shoulder as he laughed a cold and menacing laugh. "What is it, Goyle? And this had better be important," the other man growled back as he too approached the side of the room. "He's alive," was the only reply he received. "Well, it seems our young friend Mr. Potter is once again the boy who lived, though not for long this time around, I'm afraid." The voice was smooth as silk and thick with a note of triumph. "Bring him and we shall have some fun." Harry felt the hand on his shoulder tighten as he was forced to his feet and dragged stumbling into the center of the large chamber, knowing what was about to come and wishing that the curse had killed him like it was intended to. Harry woke with a start, covered with a cold sweat and trembling once again. He awoke every morning in the same state and he had not been able to get a single night's sleep without being plagued by nightmares about his time in the chamber since his return. Groaning to himself, he made a slight movement with his wrist and his robes were dry once again, but there was nothing he could do for his shaking except wait for it to subside on its own, which it did about 10 minutes later. Looking out the window, he noticed it was beginning to get dark out, meaning the rest of the students would be arriving shortly. Knowing he would have to face them all eventually, he got to his feet and straightened out his robes, making sure his collar was still buttoned and his sleeve cuff was pulled down as far as it could possibly go so that there was no risk of his secret being revealed. Dumbledore had said at some point that nobody except for Sirius, Remus, Poppy, Snape, and himself knew about the dark mark tattooed on his arm, and Harry intended to keep it that way at all costs. Satisfied by his appearance, he left the tower and haltingly made his way to the Great Hall. When he reached the entrance hall, he noticed with satisfaction that it was empty and there were no voices coming from the Great Hall, meaning that he had beat the other students. He made his way to the large doors and opened one just wide enough to allow him through, and he entered the beautiful and magical hall, taking a deep breath to prepare himself for what was to come next. He felt the eyes of all the professors on him as he entered the hall, and ducking his head to hide his face he proceeded toward the Gryffindor table where he took a seat at the far end, well hidden in the shadows. He still felt their eyes on him, so he focused all of his energies on the plate in front of him, every so often gripping the wrist of his shirt and pulling it down as far as it could go. After many agonizingly long minutes he heard the front doors bang open, causing his heart to skip a beat in anxiety of the moment that was quickly approaching. With one last pull at his sleeve, he sat in silence with his head bowed. A few seconds later, the doors to the Great Hall opened fully and hundreds of black robe-clad students entered. He felt the eyes of several of them on him, and heard curious questions being asked about who he was and why he was there, but nobody had the answers. Looking through the veil of his thick, long hair, he noticed 3 familiar figures enter the hall and felt a pang in his heart. A boy behind Hermione whispered something into her ear and she turned and looked in his direction curiously before saying something to Ron and Ginny and grabbing the boy's arm dragging him over to the shadowed area of the table, They all sat down across from him and Hermione introduced herself, her boyfriend, and his little sister. Harry was pleased to hear his best friend had been named head girl, but he didn't risk letting that pleasure show on his face, which was still trained on the table before him. He noticed all three were still looking at him intently, waiting for him to answer something Hermione had asked him, but before they had a chance to ask any more questions, the doors opened again and Professor McGonagall entered leading the first years in to be sorted. He listened with half an ear as their names and houses were announced but kept most of his energy focused on his own thoughts. Several times during the sorting he noticed Hermione looking at him as though she were frustrated by his lack of interest, but she didn't say anything. After the last student had been sorted, he distantly heard Dumbledore making the start of term announcements and sighed inwardly to himself, knowing what was next, and sure enough, he felt the penetrating blue eyes focused on him and he caught the professor's gaze and kept his eyes locked with the older Mons for a fraction of a second, telling him to continue, noticing Hermione's eyes on him as well and knowing she had figured it out. Harry didn't pay attention to the words Dumbledore said, but he knew when the secret was out as heard the ringing silence fill the hall and every head present turned to look at him in amazement and utter shock. They remained that way for several minutes before they noticed the food on the plates before them and began to eat and conversations broke out all over the hall. Ginny and his two best friends though just continued to look at him in wonder before Ginny said something to him. He didn't hear the words, but he didn't have to. He heard the love coming from her voice and the desperation for him to open up to her. He knew it was a risk, but he allowed his eyes to meet hers and it filled his heart with warmth that he hadn't felt in far too long. Her beautiful brown eyes captured his green ones and he didn't look away for several minutes, afraid he would not see those eyes again if he did so. Her beautiful face broke into genuine smile that lit up her eyes that he still held until she blinked. He then turned to his best friends and saw that Hermione's were filled with tears and Ron's were shining with happiness. He decided it was worth it for him to risk saying a few words to them and in answer, Hermione said something to him, but it passed by unhearing ears as he broke the gaze suddenly and was pulled back into his own mind and thoughts to make up for his short slip in concentration. He clumsily used his left hand to dish food onto his plate for dinner and was pleased to see the three across from him do the same. He kept hearing them ask him questions, but he was unable to answer them since he was so consumed with himself, and he didn't become aware of his surroundings again until he saw the face of Sirius in front of him telling him to go to bed. Obeying his godfather, he got shakily to his feet and made his way out the doors and up the stairs, again aware of people following him, no doubt Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. He got to the portrait of the fat lady and whispered the password which allowed him to enter, only to be faced by the entire Gryffindor house staring at him in silence. Ignoring their questioning looks, he made his way to the dormitory where he was joined by Ron a few moments later. He changed out of his black robes and into his pajamas after sorting through his trunk for a long-sleeved shirt to sleep in. It took him some effort to get the shirt over his bandaged arm, but he eventually succeeded. Even after all the weeks he had been back at the castle, there was one thing he couldn't accomplish, and that was buttoning his shirt with one hand. His right hand was completely useless as was his arm, and trying to button his shirts with only his left hand working was nearly impossible, so he gave up and fell back onto his bed and into a deep sleep almost instantly, not even drawing the hangings around his bed closed. Ginny was finding it impossible to sleep any longer. Thoughts and memories about Harry were running laps through her thoughts and plaguing her dreams. Looking out the grand window beside her bed, she realized that there were still several hours until the other students would be rising to get ready for classes. Sighing to herself, she threw the tangled blankets that were covering her back and climbed out of the bed, resigned to study if she couldn't get any sleep. She grabbed her dressing gown and transfiguration book off of her desk and silently made her way out the door of her dormitory, not wanting to wake the other occupants of her dormitory. After closing the door behind her, she tiredly climbed down the stairs to the common room of Gryffindor Tower. When she reached the base of the stairs, she was surprised to see the shadow of another person sitting on one of the plush armchairs before the fire. She turned hastily to go back to her room to change into something more appropriate, not wanting to embarrass herself by being seen by someone she didn't know in her night dress and dressing gown. As she was about to make her way back up the stairs though, she felt the eyes of someone on her back. Turning back around, She saw the person before the fire staring at her intently, and as she looked back she saw unmistakable emerald eyes fixed intently on her. "Harry, I didn't realize it was you," she said as she made her way to the fire hesitantly, not knowing how to approach her boyfriend for the first time since their relationship began. He just continued to stare at her unblinkingly as she came to a halt next to the chair that he was sitting in and returned his stare, but coming nowhere close to the intensity that his held. They remained in that position for several minutes before she broke the gaze and began to speak, but only one word would leave her lips, a name she never thought she would be able to speak again when he had disappeared. Harry. She had decided one thing while she held his gaze, that no matter what others might have reason to believe, he was not evil, not truly. His eyes betrayed much of what he was feeling, and she had realized with a shock that his earlier barriers had faded completely and he was sitting before her as Harry, the 17-year-old, black-haired, green-eyed boy she had secretly admired since she first set eyes on him until the day she realized that the worship had turned to love. "What are you doing down here, Harry? Ron is going to have a heart attack when he wakes up and you're gone, you know." She smiled slightly at the thought of her brother frantic with worry when he realized his best friend was not in the dormitory. She was surprised to see a small smile grace Harry's face as well for a fraction of an instant. "I could ask you the same question." His voice was barely above that of a whisper, but it held a strength that would make even the loudest room fall into silence in order to hear his words. She was startled to hear him speak at all though, because according to what Dumbledore had said, he hadn't said a word to anybody since he had turned up at the hospital and now he had spoken to her twice. She grinned sheepishly at him before answering. "I couldn't sleep, so I decided to get a head start on my reading for Transfiguration. You?" "Just thinking," he answered, still not taking his eyes from her. "Would you like some company?" she asked hesitantly, hoping he wouldn't turn her away. "Please, would you sit with me for a bit?" he asked, his voice even quieter as he said these words. Nodding, she made her way to the chair next to his to sit. "Not there, over here, I won't bite," he said with a small half smile. Not quite sure what to do, she just looked at him intently. Sure, during the time they had been together, they had sat curled together in each other's arms, but she was unsure about what she should do for a few moments before approaching Harry hesitantly and perching herself awkwardly on the arm of the chair. "How are you feeling?" she asked the boy beside her. "I've been worse, how about you?" Typical Harry, she thought, always worrying about everyone else's well-being before his own. "Better now than I have been in a long time, I've missed you so much." With those words, all awkwardness slipped out of the situation and she glanced at him as he lifted his arm and fixed it around her slim waist and pulled her onto his lap, holding her close to himself as he spoke against her hair. "I never wanted to leave you, Ginny, but it was the only choice I had, and I want you to know I meant what I said that day. I love you. I don't blame you for leaving me, Harry. I understand you had to do it, but I wish you had never been put in that position to start out with, and I feel the same way about you. I love you too." He seemed to sigh with relief at her words and pulled her closer to himself still, and she rested her head on his chest, relishing the sound of his heart beating in his chest and the gentle rise and fall of his breathing. His arm was wrapped around her body in a protective manner, occasionally squeezing her shoulder gently. They sat that way for a long time, just thinking their own thoughts about how nice it was to at least have one thing almost normal again. As the sun was seen peeking over the distant mountains, Ginny spoke again, turning to look deep into his eyes as she did so. "What happened, Harry? Where have you been and why are you so closed off to everyone else now? Sirius is worried about you, so are Ron and Hermione. You know you can tell me anything, I won't tell them unless you want me to." He closed his eyes for a second and took a deep breath before again looking into her eyes. "I'm sorry, Jin, I can't tell you everything, but I will tell you some. If you want to tell the others, then feel free to do so, it's your choice." He took another deep breath to still his nerves before continuing again, his voice still barely above that of a whisper and his eyes taking on a distant haunted look. "Somehow, I sent the Dementors to Azkaban and took Voldemort and the Death Eaters to some sort of chamber underground in the mountains. When I woke up, I was lying against a wall in a big domed room and I could hear the voices of the Death Eaters talking behind me. They were talking about how they had been looking for 6 days for a way out, but couldn't find one. I listened to them for a while before they started talking about me. They said something I still can't figure out. They said that if I weren't dead that I would be able to get them out of there. Apparently they thought that the killing curse had worked. Someone came up behind me then and kicked me in the back. I guess he was trying to take out his frustration on my body, but when he kicked me, he figured out I was not dead and pulled me to my feet as he yelled at Lucius Malfoy and told him what he found out. Malfoy came over then and he had an insane look on his face. He told the other man to bring me to the chamber and he would make me regret what I had done. He looked back to Ginny and saw tears running down her pale cheeks as she looked in his eyes and listened to him tell his story, and he knew for her sake that he couldn't tell her anymore. He knew that he would be burdened with the images of that time for the rest of his life, and he couldn't do the same to one he cared so much about. He pulled her closer to himself and felt the tears running down her face as she silently cried into his robes. I won't tell you what happened next. I think you have a pretty good idea about that. I'm sorry I told you anything at all. I didn't mean to upset you, he whispered as he rocked her back and forth in his lap. No, Harry, I'm glad you did. You shouldn't have to face all of this on your own, and I won't let you, she said, her tear-stained face looking into his stubbornly as she lifted her hand and carefully brushed his long strands of raven hair from his face gently, so she could look into his eyes unhindered and he see that she was speaking the truth. He smiled sadly at her words and thought to himself about how lucky he was to have found her and earned her love. All right, but let's wait until later to talk about the rest. Let's just sit here for a while. That sounds good to me, she answered as she curled back up on his lap and rested her head on his shoulder, his arms still around her. He gently shifted his weight and wrapped her up in his cloak with him to keep her warm and rested his own head on top of hers in peaceful contentment. They both slipped into peaceful sleep and were still in that position when the other members of Gryffindor House descended the stairs on their way to breakfast. As the students descended the stairs, they couldn't miss the sight that greeted them in front of the fire. Most didn't quite know how to react when they saw Ginny Weasley curled up and sound asleep in Harry Potter's arms. No one wanted to wake the sleeping pair as they opened the portrait hole, so they just stood around the room and waited in silence until Ron and Hermione descended the stairs hand in hand. They looked curiously around the room at the faces of the silent students before their eyes fell on the sleeping forms of Harry and Ginny. The two of them were still hesitant about their friend, especially after what Dumbledore had told them at the Burrow, but seeing him holding Ginny so protectively helped to alleviate some of those worries. They dropped each other's hands and approached the plush chair quietly. Ron put his hand out and rested it on Harry's shoulder to wake him up, but as soon as his hand contacted his best friend, Harry's eyes flew open and were alight with a terrible green fire that they had only seen when he faced Voldemort. He tightened his grip on his girlfriend and lifted his left hand at Ron, and the red head instantly flew across the common room, landing with a hard bang on the floor. The screams from the other students awoke Ginny and she jumped to her feet and took in the scene before her. First her brother lying sprawled on the floor with a look of abject shock on his face, the other students scrambling out the portrait hole in fear, Hermione with her mouth hanging open and her eyes traveling from her boyfriend to Harry, fear evident in her expression. Ginny then looked down at Harry herself and saw his eyes were wide and filled with terror and he was trembling from head to toe, his gaze never leaving his friend and his arms still stretched in front of himself, his face void of all color. Ginny finally regained her voice and kneeled on the floor in front of Harry, placing herself between Harry's eyes and Ron. "Harry, what happened?" she asked gently, looking into his fear-filled green eyes. She heard sounds behind her as Hermione helped Ron to his feet and out the portrait hole, both of them in shock and not saying a word to either of them. "Harry, please answer me," she begged him. Slowly his eyes lost some of the terror they held and he locked his gaze with hers. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt him, but I just can't control it sometimes and I end up doing things I regret. He startled me and I was afraid. I had to protect you and I couldn't control it," he muttered quietly, his voice trembling as he whispered the words before his gaze fell to the floor, still trembling violently. Just then, the entrance of the common room burst open to reveal Sirius and Dumbledore, both nervous and agitated looking. "Harry, are you all right?" "The students were in quite a state as they entered the Great Hall," said Dumbledore as he cautiously approached the chair with Sirius on his heels. Harry just continued to tremble unceasingly and kept his eyes trained on the floor before him, not answering the headmaster's question. Dumbledore sighed heavily and turned to Sirius. Perhaps you were right, Sirius. Maybe Harry isn't ready for all of this quite yet. Why don't you take him down to your rooms and Miss Weasley can go down and join the other students at breakfast? Yes, headmaster. Come on, Harry. Let's get you settled, he said in a resigned voice as he looked at his godson. No, Ginny exclaimed, grabbing Harry's hand in her own. He didn't mean to do it. He was asleep and Ron startled him when he woke him up, she tried to explain hopefully. That may be the case, Ginny, but the fact still remains that he may not be ready to face classes and the other students yet, said Sirius, his expression tortured at having to say those things about his best friend's son. He's ready, I tell you. I know he is. Please give him a chance, she begged the two older men, her hand still gripping Harry's fiercely, as though afraid she might lose him again if she were to let go. Sirius looked like he was about to counter her words when a voice from beside her spoke up. Please, sir. Let me stay. I didn't mean what happened. He just startled me. Please don't make me leave. His eyes never left the floor and his voice was never above that of a whisper, but his words echoed around the empty room like he had screamed them, pleading with the headmaster and his godfather. Sirius looked completely floored by the fact that Harry had spoken, and he could only stare at his godson in amazement. Are you sure, Harry? Asked Dumbledore worriedly. Harry nodded his head and Ginny squeezed his hand in reassurance. You can tell them if you want, Gin, he told the girl, looking into her face. She smiled at him and nodded her own head before turning to look at the confused men behind her. Could I speak to you for a moment outside? She asked them as she stood, and without waiting for their answer she made her way to the portrait hole. Curiosity winning over, they followed her in silence, and when they reached the hallway Dumbledore spoke up. What do you wish to tell us, Ginny? He asked kindly, looking at the red-headed girl before him. Last night, Harry told me a little about what happened while he was gone. She began and continued to tell them everything he had confided in her the night before, and concluding with what had happened between Harry and Ron that morning. So you see, he didn't mean to hurt my brother. He was just trying to protect me. She looked into their eyes and decided that she might as well say one more thing while she had their attention. I know everyone else might not agree with me, but Harry is not evil. He has always been the complete opposite of evil and defended everyone less powerful than himself. Harry would never turn evil, and I can't believe either of you would believe he could for an instant. There, she had said it. The thing she had been wanting to say ever since Dumbledore's amazing accusation at the Burrow. Both men looked at her in shock, as though not quite believing she had just spoken those words to them. Ginny, we know Harry is not evil, but he is unpredictable right now and his powers are incredible, as you saw this morning. If we truly thought he was indeed evil, we never would have let him return to the tower. It seems that you are the only one he is going to open up to, and I ask that you relay anything he may tell you to us, so that maybe we could better understand what happened to not only Harry, but to Voldemort and his supporters as well. We will check out areas such as you have described to us and see if we can find this chamber Harry spoke of. Please tell Harry that he has our permission to go to class and take him down to breakfast so he can get something to eat. We will check on both of you this evening, he said, his blue eyes fixed intently on her face for a moment before he and Sirius walked down the hall. Ginny turned and went back into the common room and found Harry standing there waiting for her. She smiled at him and held out her hand for his, giving it a squeeze, telling him without words that everything was all right before she went to her dormitory to change into her robes so they could go down to breakfast. 10 minutes later, the pair walked across the empty entry hall and were approaching the Great Hall hand in hand when Harry stopped abruptly. What am I thinking, Jen? I can't go in there. Not after what I did to Ron. They all hate me. Relax, Harry. Nobody will hate you and I'll be right here the whole time. I would never leave you, she replied as she pulled him forward gently and opened the massive doors to allow both of them to enter. Sirius had just entered the Great Hall and was taking his seat next to Remus for the second time that morning, anxious to see Harry and make sure he was all right after the incident in the common room. The past months he had barely left the boy's side for an instant, taking care of his every need and always being near in case he wanted to talk, though he never did, and it seemed as though Ginny had taken over that role now that she had returned to Hogwarts. The previous night had been torture for him, and he spent the majority of it pacing back and forth in his small room, expecting Harry's owl to fly through the window at any moment because he was needed, but it never came. He was both relieved and depressed by this. Relieved that maybe being around his friends again was helping Harry, that just maybe he would be alright now that they were there. He was depressed though because his godson didn't seem to need him any longer. This summer had been the first time they had been able to spend much time together at all, apart from the 2 weeks after his name was cleared and before Harry disappeared. For the duration of Harry's 5th year at Hogwarts, he had been on various missions for Dumbledore and stopped by only a handful of times to check in, and only then stayed a couple of hours before leaving again, and other than that, they had been forced to keep in touch through the letters that were constantly exchanged. His mission for Dumbledore had continued until Peter had been spotted and himself declared innocent, at which time he had come to Hogwarts to assist Remus with his classes. Those 2 weeks had been wonderful, with Harry, Ginny, Ron, and Hermione coming by on a regular basis to visit, and Sirius had finally begun to feel like he was fulfilling the role James and Lily had given him as Harry's godfather, but that feeling was destroyed the day he disappeared. He and Remus had been in Hogsmeade when the attack had begun, but Dumbledore had sent Fawkes to get them and all others in the village to come help with the fight. They had taken the secret passage into the castle and had made it onto the grounds just in time to see 5 Death Eaters pointing their wands at someone in the bushes, but neither knew who was in there until they looked at Dumbledore's face and saw tears in his eyes, and they realized it could only be Harry. They had tried to attack the Death Eaters along with the other teachers and had been bound and gagged by those members of the enemy who were not holding the curse in response to their efforts to help the boy. He had never been so relieved in his life when he saw Harry come out of the woods, but upon seeing the pain in his eyes his heart felt like it was breaking. He had watched with the pride of a father as Harry took on Voldemort, as he himself stunned as many of his followers as possible, and had tried his hardest to get to the boy's side after he collapsed within the magical barrier, but he was too busy trying to fight off the remaining Death Eaters to make it before Harry stood again and went to Ginny and Draco. He watched again, helpless, as the killing curse was thrown at his godson and as the bright flash of light took him away. He had tried his hardest to find him, but nowhere he looked held any hope for his survival until that morning Albus had given them the article, and his heart was once again filled with hope. He was shocked by the extent of his injuries when he saw him in the hospital, but he knew he would recover. He always did, but he couldn't explain his reaction at seeing the horrible tattoo for the first time. He had at first felt as though the entire world had fallen in on his heart. How was it possible that the boy who had saved the wizarding world from Voldemort more than once would have joined his ranks? For that was what he though had happened at first. His next thought was that Harry was no longer his godson, that he was some sort of evil impostor made to look like Harry and get their hopes up, but that too was dashed when he looked back on the boy's face. His final reaction was the one he now believed to be true, that Harry had been forced somehow and for some reason to get the dark mark burned into his arm, that he was not evil or an impostor but an abused boy with no way of preventing this from happening to him. He had spent the next months by his godson's side, caring for him endlessly and trying to fulfill his assigned role as best he could, and trying to let Harry know that there was someone who cared for him greatly. But regardless of all his efforts, Harry had never opened up to him, had never spoken a word in his presence, and because of this he didn't believe Albus when he first said that Harry wanted to return to classes. He didn't believe that Harry thought himself ready to return to his dormitory and classes like all the other students. But the more he thought it over, the more it sounded just like something Harry would say, so he agreed. He was just taking his seat at the Great Hall when the doors burst open and several Gryffindor students came running full force to the head table, telling Dumbledore that Harry had attacked Ron. Sirius jumped to his feet immediately and followed the retreating back of the aged headmaster to the Gryffindor tower, where he saw Harry sitting in a chair and Ginny on the floor before him, fear and regret evident on his face. He listened to what Ginny had said and to Dumbledore's suggestion, agreeing wholeheartedly with his words, but he was shocked when he heard a quiet voice speak up and say that it wanted to go to classes. He followed Ginny into the hall and listened intently to what Harry had told her the night before, and was happy to hear he had finally opened up to someone, but sad it had not been him who finally got him to do so. Harry's actions had been completely understandable given the circumstances, and he hoped the rest of the students could see it that way as well, but he feared they wouldn't. Just then, the doors to the Great Hall opened up and Harry and Ginny entered hand in hand. Hermione couldn't believe what had just happened. Harry Potter, her best friend for the past 6 years, had just attacked Ron. She was running down the hallway outside of Gryffindor Tower pulling Ron along behind her, and it was obvious that both of them were in shock. She heard footsteps coming their way and jerked her boyfriend into an empty classroom to wait until whoever was coming past them. As she pulled the door shut behind them, she caught a glimpse of black and white hair at the far end of the hall, and she knew it was Sirius and Dumbledore on their way to the common room. Hesitantly, she turned to face Ron, not knowing what she would find in his eyes when she did so. At first, he looked utterly shocked, then bewildered before his eyes turned cold and angry. "Ron," she said with hesitation. "What?" he snapped back, clearly angry. "What are we going to do?" "What do you mean, we? You and I did nothing wrong," he answered crisply. "Ron, do you really think he meant to hurt you? He's Harry, our best friend, remember. He would never hurt either of us. He's spent the entire time we have known him protecting us," she admonished gently, pleading with him to understand what she was saying, though she didn't know if she believed her own words. "You're right, Hermione. Harry has never and would never hurt either of us willingly." She closed her eyes and sighed in relief before he continued, "But that person in there is not Harry." Her eyes shot up to meet his in an instant, her relief gone immediately. "What are you saying, Ron?" she asked in a stony voice. "You heard me, Hermione. That is not Harry. It may look like him, but the fact remains that it is not him. The Harry that you and I know would never have cursed his friends, no matter what the circumstances. As far as I am concerned, the person we knew is dead, killed by Voldemort while protecting Ginny and Malfoy 6 months ago, and what just happened only proves me right, and you know it. The person we thought was our friend is not Harry but some shell of him filled with terrible evil, and nothing you can say or do will change my mind about this. As far as I am concerned, Harry Potter is dead, and we both attended his memorial service," he said, his voice remaining steady and his gaze never wavering from that of Hermione even though her eyes had begun to spill over with tears upon hearing his harsh words. He turned on his heel and strode from the room, and fearing the loss of him as well, Hermione dried her eyes and followed him from the room and down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Her heart didn't want to believe what he said, but her brain told her otherwise, that what Ron had said was true, and in the end, logic won. She sat next to him at the Gryffindor table and told him she agreed with him before beginning to pick at her breakfast and wished that the previous 6 months had never happened. As the doors to the Great Hall opened, all conversations within ceased immediately, and every eye in the room turned to look at the petite red-haired girl holding the hand of the tall black-haired boy. Even though Ron and Hermione had not said a word to anybody else since entering the hall, word had quickly spread to the other houses about what had happened to Ron in the common room that morning. The entire hall was silent, and to the outside observer the tension was tangible between the two in the doorway and the rest of the student body. None of the other professors had heard about the events that had happened and were shocked by what was going on, to say the least, and had no idea about what they should do. Sirius looked over to Dumbledore, who looked as though he had been pierced through the heart with a sharp blade. He knew the feeling all too well, but there was no way he could convince the rest of the students to treat Harry normal again, because the fact remained that Harry had changed, and he hoped not for the worse. If nothing else, the students at Hogwarts as a whole had become closer since the battle, and even if there was still animosity between houses, there were no more fights, and they were all willing to defend each other against anything or anybody that threatened their schoolmates. Dumbledore wanted to get to his feet and force the students to see the truth, but he knew doing so would only serve for them to treat the boy who lived even worse, which would not help anything, so sighing internally and closing his eyes in weariness for a moment, he was forced to watch and not act. Ginny was furious. The entire hall was just sitting there staring at Harry and not saying a word, but unlike previous instances, there was no admiration or hero worship in their eyes. Instead, there was hate, malice, and even a little fear. Almost all of the students present had seen the battle last year between Harry and Voldemort, and they all had a good idea about just how magically powerful and physically strong he really was, and none of them wanted to face him alone in a battle, but they seemed to believe in the old adage strength in numbers and were instead facing him together. They were sending him a silent message that clearly said that he was not welcome among them. They didn't trust him anymore. especially after what had happened to Ron, and though nobody knew where he had been these past months or what had happened to him, they honestly thought he had become evil. Ginny couldn't believe that they were doing this to Harry. Hadn't he proved over and over again that he was against all that was evil, but they could just forget all of this and turn on him as soon as he made a mistake. Her heart sank quickly though as she realized that Harry knew that this was going to happen. He had said just that in the entry hall only moments before, yet he had trusted her and come in here anyways. The thought of this made her completely furious and she was on the verge of speaking her mind to the rest of the students when a sudden movement to her right brought her attention back to the person standing there. Harry roughly pulled his hand from hers and she turned to face him, afraid she would only see her boyfriend broken and emotionally shattered, but she saw something even worse. His head was held high and defiant, staring out over the students still seated in the hall. His legendary emerald eyes were alight with a raging fire, anger showing its ugly face to the other students, but Ginny saw sadness and deep depression in the brilliant eyes as well. Before she realized what was happening, he turned on his heel and set off out the doors again. She watched his retreating back along with the other students until he raised his hand and the doors slammed shut behind him with a resounding bang, echoing through the otherwise still and silent hall. Once Harry left the great hall, he slowed his frantic pace to try and decide what to do. He was shocked by his so-called friends' reactions, but it wasn't completely unexpected when he thought back to what had occurred during his second year and their haste to label him as evil then and history seemed to be repeating itself. He decided with no hesitation that he didn't want to go back to the Great Hall or the common room, and the same went for classes. He just didn't want to face all of this right now. He thought he could when he was with Ginny, Sirius, and Dumbledore a few minutes earlier, but that conviction had changed drastically now. Normally when he wanted peace and quiet, he would go to the Quidditch pitch, or the lake, or Hagrid's hut, but right now he didn't have the energy to venture outside, let alone sit on a broom, so he set off in the direction of the only other place he could be alone for a few hours. Wearily, he made his way to the 4th floor and found a familiar painting of an old wizard sitting at a large table reading a book. He looked up in surprise at the boy before smiling brightly. "Harry, I assume you're here to see your godfather, but he's gone to breakfast," he said cheerily. He had gotten used to the boy coming by ever since Sirius had come to the school and liked the boy and his friends quite a bit. "I know, Russell, could you please let me wait inside? I don't want to see the other students when they come to classes," he said quietly, and even though the man in the portrait hadn't received the password, he took note of the boy's desperate face that was laced with anger and suffering, so he allowed the boy entry into the quarters behind him. Once inside, Harry took notice of the familiar surroundings of his godfather's rooms. The small living room held a roaring fire with 2 armchairs and a plush sofa sitting in front of it. All the furniture in the room was a deep burgundy color and it reminded him strongly of the Gryffindor common room. There was a large window beside the fireplace that overlooked the grounds, and if you looked into the distance you could just make out the golden hoops of the Quidditch pitch. There was a large bookshelf on the other side of the fire holding many fascinating books about not only defense against the dark arts but just about every other subject imaginable. Hermione had loved coming here with him, not only to visit Sirius but to read his books as well. In the corner of the room was a small desk piled high with quills and parchment, showing just how unorganized Sirius could be at times. There were 2 bedrooms off to the side of this main room. One was the master bedroom and the other was the room that was meant for Harry to stay in during the beginning of the summer while the restorations to Black Manor were being completed. Harry took a seat in one of the armchairs to wait for Sirius to return from lessons and soon found himself slipping into sleep. He was sitting on the floor in a dark room. The only noise he heard was his own ragged breathing. He had been in this room for a couple of days at least, ever since Nott and Malfoy had discovered he was alive. Unlike the higher-ranking Death Eaters, the adult Crabbe and Goyle had not felt above physically beating him senseless when they found out the truth, and Malfoy had just laughed at what he saw. He knew he at least had a couple broken ribs and he could still feel the swelling over one of his eyes and the dried blood on his chest and cheek where their punches had broken his skin. Before they had begun their assault, he had gotten a brief glimpse of the place they were in. It was a large stone chamber with a domed ceiling supporting an iron chandelier that served as the only light in the room. There were about 20 Death Eaters milling around the chamber, but at Nott's announcement most of them were now focusing their attention on him. Malfoy then turned to two of the largest men and made a loud announcement. "Why don't we show Potter what we think of this little game of his?" he said mockingly. They had then begun to beat him for several minutes before Malfoy spoke again. "Answer a question for me, Potter. How is it that you survived yet again and reduced the Dark Lord to a mere shadow? And how exactly is it that you brought us to this place?" "I don't know," was the only answer he received. "Well, that may be, Potter, but I will make a deal with you. Get us out of this place and I will allow you to live, refuse, and you shall die the most painfully slow death imaginable." His voice was cold and cruel but smooth, as though he thought he would never be refused anything he wanted. "I would never let you loose on the world again. People have suffered enough at your master's hands and they deserve peace now. You will all remain here until you die," he told the man in front of him, refusing to break eye contact with the Death Eater. Malfoy's face became flushed immediately at his words and his eyes lit on fire with hate. "As you wish, Potter," he said stonily as he lifted his wand and put Harry under the pain of the Cruciatus curse. He had refused to scream in his agony as he fell to the floor and curled into a fetal position, trying to ignore the terrible pain for several minutes until the peace of unconsciousness overtook him. When he awoke he had been in this dark room and he had been left undisturbed since that time, never seeing another person, and he preferred this to the alternative. Just then, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps and he got to his feet, refusing to be seen crumpled on the floor by his enemies. A bright shaft of light permeated the dark room and a large figure approached him and grabbed him roughly by the arm, dragging him from the room without saying a word. He was dragged up a steep flight of stairs and into the chamber he had been in when he woke up. There were now nearly 50 black-robed figures in the room, and all of them were standing in a circle surrounding something he couldn't see yet. As they approached the group, Harry's insides turned to ice when he heard a familiar voice coming from the center of the room. "Harry Potter, did you honestly think you could destroy me that easily?" He woke suddenly at the sound of a large log in the fire cracking and falling. He was shaking with a chill because of the sweat that covered him, but there was something else. He felt the presence of someone in the room behind him and turned quickly to see his godfather sitting at the cluttered desk reading off of a piece of parchment, and looked up upon hearing Harry turn. "Have a good nap?" he asked with concern as he looked at his best friend's son. "Fine," he lied quickly, and by serious expression he didn't buy it, but he didn't press the issue either, but he seemed pleased that Harry was talking to him. "I spoke to the headmaster this morning and he said you are welcome to stay here with me as long as you like," he continued before adding, "and Ginny wanted to know if she could come by later tonight, after dinner. I told her I didn't think you would mind," he finished, looking curiously at Harry and seeing relief flicker across his face for a moment before he answered curtly. "No, I'm glad you did. I would like to see her," he answered before turning back to the fire and his private thoughts. The sound of the door slamming shut rang throughout the hall for several moments before the students broke into loud conversations once again. "Did you see his eyes? He just looked evil, didn't he?" "Yeah, and how did the door shut like that? He doesn't have a wand or anything." "I don't know, but he's not normal. He probably went insane from the Cruciatus curse. There were 5 people holding it on him at the same time after all. No one could survive that and still be sane." The theories were being started and spreading all over the Great Hall and continued to do so until the students began to make their way to their first classes of term. Ginny had been in such a state of shock that all she could do was collapse into an empty chair at her house table and think miserably about how she had probably lost Harry for good now. Nobody spoke to her and she liked it that way, but regardless, she sent Hermione and Ron accusing glares as they passed by her, and they only ignored her in return, both seeing the other girl as a traitor. Not knowing what else she could possibly do since she had no idea where Harry had gone, she got to her feet and followed her classmates to Charms, vowing to find her boyfriend after he had had an opportunity to calm down some. Sirius had the same idea as Ginny, knowing that when Harry wanted to be alone there were only a handful of places he would go, and since most of those places now held students, he would probably be sitting in front of the fire in his private living room, since he still didn't have enough strength to go flying around the Quidditch pitch or run off to the lake or Hagrid's. With that thought in mind, he went with Remus toward the defense classroom where he would help his best friend with the third-year Hufflepuffs in their lesson about vampires. For the next 3 weeks, Harry remained in Sirius rooms, occupying his time by reading nearly every book his godfather owned and reliving the same nightmares night after night with ever-increasing clarity, but he always woke up when he heard the cold voice of Voldemort. The only people who saw him were Ginny, Sirius, and Remus, and he liked it that way. As far as he was concerned, he could stay within these 3 small rooms until the end of term and never set eyes on Ron and Hermione again, or the rest of the student body for that fact. He knew he was acting childish toward his 2 best friends, but he didn't care. If they wanted his friendship back, they would seek it out, because it was them who had jumped to the immediate conclusion that he had attacked Ron intentionally, and they hadn't even tried to get an explanation from him. Ginny had come to see him after she had finished classes every single day and had refused to leave his side until curfew, and Sirius forced her to go late at night. The other students had been distant toward her since that morning, but they hadn't completely ignored her existence like they now did with Harry, and would try to make small talk to her in classes, but she didn't care about how she was treated as long as she still had him. Ron had not said a word to her since he had asked one morning where she was going every night. Refusing to hide from the truth, she had told him she was with Harry, and he had exploded, telling her that he was dangerous and that he forbid her from being with Harry. She had flat out refused to listen to him, and he had in turn told her that he would have nothing to do with her until she came to her senses, and he had practically forced Hermione to go along with him. None of the students had asked her any questions about her boyfriend, instead acting as though he had never returned after the battle. The 2 of them had taken most of their meals in Sirius chambers instead of going to the Great Hall to eat, but the 2 older men were forced to eat with the rest of the students and professors, so the couple was left alone more often than not. Harry helped Ginny with her homework every night, and when they were finished, she would curl up in his arms and they would just sit together and talk quietly. They spent the hours talking about everything they could think of, but, much to Ginny's disappointment, Harry never spoke of his experiences again, to her or his godfather, and he also refused to speak about any other students including Ron and Hermione, and every time she brought the subject up his answer was the same. "Ginny, why should I defend myself to them? Is it not enough that I have fought for 6 years to protect them? I know what I did was wrong, but they didn't even give me a chance to apologize. They just all assumed that I did it on purpose, and nothing I say will change their minds about that, so just forget about it. Once term is over, the manor will be finished in Sirius and I can leave this place." These words broke her heart because she knew deep down that he didn't mean any of them. He cared a great deal for his friends, and she knew that he would still give his life to protect them if they were in danger, regardless of how they had been treating him lately, but he still refused to confront them and tell them that he was sorry. In fact, he still refused to hold a conversation with anybody but her, and she saw how much that hurt Sirius and Remus, but try as she might to convince him otherwise, he still refused to open up to anyone else. He would answer their questions using the fewest number of words possible, not elaborating on his cryptic statements in the least. One night though, she and Harry were sitting together on the couch in front of the fire when Dumbledore came through the door. "Good evening, Harry, Ginny. Are Sirius and Remus here by any chance? I need to speak to them," he asked kindly. He had known that Harry had been staying with Sirius, but he had never come down to check on the boy or visit him at all in the past 3 weeks. For which Harry was eternally grateful. The only people he wanted to see were here. "Yes, sir. They're in Sirius' room doing lesson plans for next week since it's the full moon," said Ginny sweetly, smiling at the old wizard. "Thank you, Ginny," he replied back as he knocked on the door to the right of them, and when he was told to come in, he joined the 2 younger men and pulled the door closed behind himself. "Wonder what that's all about," Harry muttered to his girlfriend. She was still amazed that even though they had been back together for so long that he still never raised his voice above a faint whisper. "I have no idea, but I bet we find out pretty soon," she answered as she burrowed further into his arms. The past weeks had helped him to almost completely heal. The bruises that had once marred his face were now gone, as were the cuts. His arm was no longer held tight to his chest, but it was still nearly useless when it came to doing anything difficult or strenuous, like lifting books, but it worked fine for what he was doing now, pulling Ginny closer to him and refusing to let her go. He was still forced to wear the annoying brace on his leg, but he walked normally with it and only a very faint limp could be noticed. His ribs were back to normal as well, and he was able to breathe pain-free for the first time in months. After about 10 minutes, the door to Sirius' room reopened and the three men all exited. Dumbledore looked the same as he did when he entered, but Remus and Sirius looked downright furious about something. Ginny and Harry looked at them curiously for a moment before the headmaster spoke up. "Harry, I know you don't want to, but I must insist you return to your classes tomorrow. Since this is your final year here and you will be taking your newts at the end of the term, we can't have you falling behind in your lessons. You will be excused for what you have missed so far this term as well as the end of last term, but from here on out, you will be required to participate just like all the other students. You will also be required to stay in your dormitory during the week, but you can return here on Friday and Saturday nights if you wish to do so. Sirius has your timetable and I expect to see you at breakfast in the morning, but you may remain here tonight. I am sorry, but there is no other choice in the matter. The school board and the ministry have made it quite clear that they will not allow you to graduate if you don't start attending classes immediately. I am sorry," he said heavily, showing that he meant what he said, and that he really didn't want to be doing this. Bidding them all good night, he left the room looking every bit his great age. Once he had gone, Sirius turned to face a stunned Harry and angry Ginny. "Harry, I am so sorry. We tried to talk him out of this but the ministry has made its opinion loud and clear. You have to do what he says." He had his face in his hands and was massaging his temples trying to alleviate the headache that was threatening. Harry only continued to stare at the now closed door in silence. "I'm sorry, Harry, but we have no choice in the matter," said Remus, looking just as haggard as his best friend. "Why don't you go to sleep, Harry? You have a long day ahead of you tomorrow," said Sirius finally when it became obvious that the boy was not going to say anything to either of them. "He's right, Harry. I'll come by early tomorrow to get you. Maybe if we're lucky we'll get to breakfast before everyone else does so you won't have to face them." She climbed off of his lap as he nodded his head in acknowledgement and she bent down to give him a quick key on the cheek before telling the two professors good night and heading back to Gryffindor Tower lost in her own thoughts. When she gave the password to the fat lady and entered the common room, she was mildly surprised to see that there were still students sitting around before she realized that she was back nearly 2 hours earlier than she usually returned. She decided that instead of remaining in the crowded room that she would just go to bed as well, but as she reached the foot of the stairs leading to the girls' dorms, she heard a voice behind her call her name. Shocked that someone other than Harry was willing to talk to her when not in class, she spun around to see Hermione looking at her worriedly. "Ginny, is everything all right?" she asked quietly as she approached the younger girl hesitantly, aware of all the eyes on her back and Ron's furious glare. "What do you mean?" She was curious about Hermione's sudden concern, but she was still angry with her about her attitude toward Harry. "You have never been back this early when you've been in serious rooms. Is everything okay?" She sounded genuinely concerned. "No, Hermione, everything is not all right. Dumbledore just told Harry that the ministry is insisting that he return to the tower and classes immediately, even though it is plainly clear that he is not welcome and doesn't want to go, but if he doesn't start going to class then he can't graduate. It's not enough that he's been through more already than anyone should have to go through. Now he has to be surrounded by those he almost died to protect but that were willing to label him as a traitor at the drop of a hat without even pausing to hear him out. So you see everything is not fine." She couldn't believe that after all this time, Harry's supposed best friend was just now asking about him. She was furious with them. She hadn't realized that their entire conversation had been overheard by all the students in the common room until it was too late, but she didn't regret her words at all and it was about time that they knew just how she felt. She turned quickly and tried to hide her tears as she fled to the dormitory and threw herself onto her bed, leaving the room full of shocked students behind her. Hermione was stunned by Ginny's harsh words, but deep down she knew they were true and she decided right then to make Ron see that he was wrong. Striding back across the still silent common room, she grabbed the sleeve of his robes and led him out the portrait hole, letting it close behind her before she spoke up. "Ron, she's right," she said bluntly, anticipating his angry reaction and looking to the floor. "I know." She was shocked. This was defiantly not the reaction she had been expecting from her normally hot-headed and stubborn boyfriend. "What?" It was the only word that she could say. "I know she's right, but I just didn't want to admit it," he said quietly before continuing in a normal voice as his courage grew. I was angry and scared that morning when he attacked me. I never thought he would ever hurt me or you, but he almost did, and that scared me to death. Now that I think about it though, he's been through a lot and I probably scared him to death by waking him up so suddenly." He smiled sheepishly at his statement and she returned his grin. "He was probably even more frightened than you, and Dumbledore told us that he had gotten more powerful and was capable of doing magic without a wand. It was our own fault for underestimating just what he was capable of, and Sirius even warned us not to try to touch him, but we ignored him, didn't we?" she asked. "Yeah, we did, but I'm curious about how many times Sirius has been on the receiving end of that power. He seemed pretty sure of himself when he gave us that warning, didn't he?" asked Ron, his eyes alight with curiosity and humor. "I don't know, but we should ask him later. It probably took a lot to convince him not to interfere. He's more stubborn than Harry most of the time," answered Hermione, the same humor shining in her eyes. "This is going to take a lot to fix, isn't it?" he asked as he met her eyes, and they both sobered up immediately. "Yes, it is. I just can't believe we were so dumb to actually think our best friend would ever intentionally hurt us when all he's ever done is try to protect us. We had no idea what happened to him while he was gone, and he just changed so much, not to mention that Dumbledore said he was unpredictable and that it wasn't safe for us to see him until term started, and now I see why." "True, but it's getting late, we should better get to sleep. Let's go to breakfast early and try to apologize to Harry and Ginny before everyone else shows up, okay?" "Sounds good to me, it's worth a shot anyways," said Ron as he wrapped his arms around Hermione and pulled her close to give her a long and solid goodnight, happy that the tension that had been building up between them these past weeks had dissipated some, but dreading the next morning's confrontation. When Harry awoke the next morning, it took him a few minutes to remember why he felt so tense. But then the memories of the conversation the night before came back full force, and he groaned and rolled over, wishing he could just stay in bed all day. He then remembered that Ginny would be there in only 20 minutes, so he decided he couldn't avoid that day and got out of bed slowly. He proceeded to dress into what had become his standard uniform of black slacks, black boots, and a long-sleeved black shirt that kept the hideous mark on his arm hidden from all others. He then approached the large mirror on the back of the closet door to evaluate his changed appearance. The bruises had faded completely from his face, as had the cuts, leaving behind two vicious-looking scars, one about 2 inches long above his right eye and the other stretching from his cheekbone to his jaw on the left side of his face. Other than the scars though, his face was looking about 100% better than it had on the night of the feast. It had gone from looking like the color of death to the healthy color of a normal 17-year-old during his time living with Sirius. Another great improvement could be seen by the way that his cloths no longer hung on his frame like a skeleton, but instead fit his frame like they were designed to, thanks partly to the fact that Ginny had practically forced him to eat everything in sight every time she had come by to see him at meal times, which was every night. She had also had an influence on the way he wore his hair as well, threatening to hex him if he so much as dared to cut it short again, insisting that it made him look mysterious. He chuckled slightly at the memory as he drug a brush through the hair that was no longer messy but long and straight, framing his face with its darkness. He secured it at the nape of his neck in a loose ponytail before putting on his black Hogwarts robes that had remained untouched since the morning he had come to this room. As he gave his reflection one last look, he realized with a start that he looked like a cruel combination of Sirius, Snape, and Moody, but thankfully without the canine-like expressions, greasy hair, or magical eye. Deciding not to think such strange thoughts, he picked up his bag and set off out the door of his bedroom and into the common room, where he was not surprised to see his godfather waiting for him in one of the armchairs before the fire. "Harry, be careful today," he said bluntly as way of greeting, and Harry nodded his head agreeing that he would as he heard a light knock on the exterior door, but just as he was about to open it, Sirius called from behind him. "I'll see you later this morning, Harry, and please remember to be careful," he said again, almost pleading this time, though Harry got the distinct opinion that Sirius was not telling him something important. Harry nodded again as he closed the door behind him and was met by the warm embrace he had come to cherish. "Morning, Harry," Ginny said into his robes as she pulled him close. "Morning, Gin," he mumbled back to the girl before him before she pulled back and looked into his eyes. "Are you ready for this?" she asked with concern evident in her voice. No, but I don't have a choice, do I? He answered, unable to lie to her even if he had wanted to. Harry, you're one of the most intelligent students in this school. I'm sure you will catch up with everyone else in no time, she told him confidently, though even as she said those words she knew it wasn't the schoolwork he was worried about. It's not my classes that I'm not ready for, Ginny, he told her as he broke her intent gaze and focused on the floor before him. Everything will work out, Harry, you'll see, she told him as she grabbed his hand in hers and gave it a gentle squeeze. I hope you're right, he told her as he returned the gesture and set off down the hallway, which was thankfully empty of any other students. When they were descending the grand staircase into the entry hall, she sent him a sideways glance and burst out laughing immediately. What's so funny? He demanded of her as he turned to face her at eye level since she was on the step above him on the staircase. You want people to stop thinking you're evil, right? She managed to choke out between her fits of laughter. Yes, he answered hesitantly, not sure where this was going and not appreciating his girlfriend laughing at his efforts. Well, have you looked at yourself? The black outfit you're wearing combined with your hair make you look a lot like Snape from a distance, but without the grease, she explained as she continued to giggle hopelessly. He gave her a lopsided smile before he answered. Not the best way to accomplish that, is it? This caused her to burst out into another fit of giggles as she threw her arms around his neck and pulled him closer to herself before whispering into his ear. Probably not, but that doesn't matter because I love you even if you are dressing like the evil potions master. With that said, she closed the little distance still remaining between them as he put his arms around her waist and keying her passionately for several moments before they broke away and finished their trip into the great hall, unaware of the two students that had been standing on the landing on the second floor watching them the entire time. Well, that was defiantly not what I wanted to see first thing in the morning, my little sister and best friend snogging, grumbled Ron as he looked at his girlfriend with wide eyes. Grow up, Ron. They have been together since the beginning of our 5th year, admonished Hermione, though she didn't take her eyes off the doors of the Great Hall for an instant. He acts completely normal around Ginny, like he was never gone, she muttered to herself distractedly before looking back to Ron, who was still staring at the closed doors. Come on, Ron, we have some serious apologizing and explaining to do, she said as she grabbed his arm and dragged him down the stairs and into the Great Hall. As soon as he heard the doors creak from behind him, Harry knew Ron and Hermione were there, and a quick glance assured that it was indeed them before he turned back to his food. He and Ginny were the only students in the Great Hall so far and had seated themselves at the end furthest from the door, and other than the fleeting glance Harry had sent them had completely ignored Ron and Hermione even after they had seated themselves directly across from the couple. After a few moments of awkward silence, Hermione found her voice and spoke hesitantly. Harry, we came to apologize about what happened. We weren't thinking and we're sorry, she said as she stared across the table at the black-haired boy who didn't even meet her gaze for an instant. We realize now that we were wrong. You would never hurt us and we were just too thick-headed to see that, added Ron, also staring intently at his friend. Could you ever forgive us? He asked hopefully. For several minutes, the four of them sat in silence, Ron and Hermione staring at Harry with regret written all over their faces as they thought he would no answer them, thus shattering their friendship for good. Ginny sat with her hand gripped tightly inside his as a sign of her silent support. When he still didn't speak, Ron tried again. Harry, please forgive us, or at least Hermione, because I don't think she ever believed you did anything wrong. I just forced her to see things my way. I know we hurt you, and if you have to be angry with someone, be angry with me, not her, he pleaded, his words causing both his girlfriend and sister to look at him in surprise and even a hint of pride at his words. Finally, Harry took his eyes from his breakfast and met that of his two best friends, Brown and Blue, meeting green in silent hope before he said the word that had been haunting him for 3 weeks. Why, no one would have thought one small word could have had such an impact, but it did, as they both looked at one another with bloodless faces as they silently fought over who would answer that question. But just as Ron was about to open his mouth, he was cut off. You don't have to answer, just think about it. I know I probably shocked you, but you did wake me out of a sound sleep. I thought Sirius would have advised you against that, he said with his trademark half grin in place, showing them that he had forgiven them at least a little as soon as they walked through the door. Yeah, well, he tried to, but this git ignored him. Imagine that, said Hermione as she grinned at her best friend. What did you do to him, Harry? It would have taken a lot to convince him not to interfere with you, asked Ron as he too broke into a smile, but he was startled by what he saw when he looked back to his friend. While they had been talking, Harry had looked and acted just like the boy that had disappeared, but now he looked like a stranger to them. His eyes had completely lost their focus, and even though he was staring straight at his friends, he didn't really see them. His face had lost all the healthy color it had contained only moments before, and every muscle in his body was rigid. Frightened, they both looked at Ginny, hoping she could explain what was happening, but one look at her face revealed that she was just as lost as them, and just as scarred. What do you think you are doing, boy? They aren't worthy of your forgiveness. Friends are always worthy of forgiveness, regardless of what you may think. Look what they did to you. How can you forgive them so easily when you know very well that they will do the same thing when they see your arm? Because I know deep down that they meant what they said, and they will always be there for me and I for them, and that kind of friendship and trust is not to be taken lightly, even by you. I can already tell you that this blind compassion you have to protect them will be your downfall, boy, and because of this, you will be defeated once and for all the instant you give in to the temptation and act on your dark feelings. Suddenly, his eyes snapped back into focus as his breathing became rapid and he looked frantically into the three faces around him and then scanned the great hall as though looking for something or someone, but not seeing anything out of the ordinary. His breathing slowed and his face visibly relaxed. Harry, what happened to you? Are you all right? Asked Ginny. It took him several moments to answer, and when he did, his voice was the same low volume it had been for the past weeks, but it now held an edge of apprehension. Yeah, Gin, I'm fine, he told her as he continued to look sporadically around the hall and into the dark corners as though he expected something to come up from behind at any instant and attack them. What happened, Harry? She repeated her previous question, desperate for an answer. I don't know, he told her, and he truly looked confused by the entire ordeal, but before she could press the matter further, the doors to the hall opened and other students began to filter in and sit at their respective tables to eat. Harry was scared. He didn't know what the voice was that had spoken to him or where it had come from. All he did know was that he didn't like it or the words spoken. He had heard the voice before now, but always in his nightmares, and he could never remember what it had said to him when he woke up. He shook these disturbing thoughts from his mind though and instead focused on eating his breakfast as quickly as possible. Nobody paid any attention to the small group of Gryffindors as they entered, including their fellow housemates, until the professors began to enter. To the four students, their reaction could have almost be considered humorous. Professors Flitwick and Sprout were the first to enter, and they were surveying the gathered students with wide but tired smiles on their faces. But when they passed by the head of Gryffindor table, they both stopped in their tracks as they looked curiously at Harry from the back, and feeling their eyes on him, he turned around suddenly, causing both of the professors to stumble backward in surprise, landing on top of two Hufflepuff students before gathering themselves and continuing to their seats at the staff table, still looking at him curiously every few minutes. Apparently the headmaster had forgotten to inform the staff that Harry would be attending classes and meals again. Many students had noticed their professor's behavior and thus turned to see what had prompted them. Whispers could be heard almost immediately as the students realized what was going on, and nearly every student present was glaring at his back. Noticing the reactions of their fellow students, Hermione and Ron stood in motion for Harry and Ginny to do the same, and they made their way to the exit of the Great Hall in silence with their heads held high in a defiant sort of way, Harry in the lead and his friends right on his heels. As soon as they reached the doors though, another figure came swiftly around the corner and ran right into Harry, who was so intent on his exit that he was knocked from his feet, landing with a loud thump on the floor and raising his arm in front of his body, which he instantly lowered upon recognizing the sallow-skinned potions master. "Watch where you're going," said the person he had run into before. He looked at the student in front of him, his eyes going wide in his apparent shock before one more word left his lips, in the form of a question, but containing none of the contempt his others had. "Potter. Who else would it be? And in case you didn't notice, it was you who ran into me, Professor." His words were not spoken above a mere whisper, but they echoed around the hall and in the ears of all present as though he had been yelling. But as it was, this present tone of his voice was far more effective than even the loudest of screams. The great hall was silent as Harry locked eyes with the potions master for a moment before pulling himself to his feet with the aid of Ron and exiting the hall without uttering another word to the man or looking over his shoulder at the still stunned students who could not believe that he had said those words to the professor and still hadn't even lost any points or earned a detention. Nobody had ever gotten away with something like what he had just done without being punished severely. Snape, however, seemed to ignore his words and continued on his way to the staff table, and after several minutes, a gentle hum of conversation resumed around the hall. When they left the hall, the four friends were silent as they made their way to their first class even though they were about 20 minutes early. At the top of the marble staircase, Ginny took Harry's hand in her own and pulled him to a halt facing her. "I'll see you at lunch, all right," she whispered into his ear as she pulled him down for a quick key asterisk, ignoring Ron and Hermione who were standing only a few feet away and shifting their gazes elsewhere. "Yeah," he whispered back to her when they broke apart, even though he didn't want her to leave his side for an instant. She had charms first thing and the seventh years had defense. "Everything will be fine, Harry. Just stick with Ron and Hermione," she told him in a reassuring voice as she dropped his hand and gave him a genuine smile before turning and heading toward her own classroom. "But you may want to watch your back for Snape. I think he'll be out for revenge once your words sink in," she called over her shoulder in a playful voice as she rounded the corner. Harry heard giggling from behind him and turned to see Ron and Hermione trying to suppress their laughter. He gave them a withering look before breaking into a small smile himself. "She has a point, Harry. I think the only way you didn't get detention just now was because Snape was in shock at having a student tell the truth and not back down to him," said Hermione around giggles. "It's going to be a long potions lesson today," was all Ron managed to get out as he groaned loudly. Harry just looked at his friends for a moment and was happy that things were slowly returning to as normal as was possible given the current circumstances, and he hoped with all his heart that they would stay that way when they realized what he was trying so hard to hide. "You can't hide it from them forever, boy, and when they find the truth, they will only turn on you again. You are better off alone." The voice startled him out of his thoughts about his friends and he frantically looked up and down the hallway to find its source, but the three of them were the only ones present and Ron and Hermione were looking at him curiously. "What is it, Harry?" asked Hermione as she looked at him in concern. Shocked, he turned to her for an instant before looking back over his shoulder down the hall where the voices of other students could be heard as they made their way to their classes. "Nothing. Let's get to defense," he replied hastily and walked past his friends as they looked to one another silently agreeing that what he said was not the truth and vowing to ask him about it and the incident in the Great Hall before they followed behind him into Professor Lupin's classroom. The werewolf was sitting at his desk reading from a large leather-bound book when the three students entered and upon seeing them, gave them a warm smile. "Good morning, Professor Lupin," said Hermione sweetly as she joined the boys at the front desk. "Good morning, Hermione. Ron. How are you doing, Harry?" he asked as his eyes settled on the boy's confused face in concern. "Fine, Remus," he answered, meeting the older Mont's eyes for a moment before the other students began to filter in. Nobody failed to notice the black-haired student sitting next to Ron, yet nobody acknowledged him except for the two other students at his table and his professor, much to Remus' dissatisfaction. Once all of the seventh-year Gryffindors had found their seats and Sirius had entered and perched on the edge of Remus' desk to observe, the professor stood to address them kindly. "Good morning, students. Now I presume you all have your essays I assigned last week ready to turn in." His statement was met with much grumbling as the students dug in their bags for the aforementioned assignment and handed them to their professor, who continued to smile at them. "I'm impressed. I think this is the first time that everybody not only remembered to do the assignment but to bring it with them to class as well," he said as he set the many rolls of parchment on his desk and turned back to face them. "Today, we will be practicing the Patronus charm that is used to ward off Dementors. Now, does anybody know the incantation for this charm?" he asked expectantly, looking around the room and seeing three hands in the air, and to his surprise, one of them was Harry's. Ignoring the hands of Ron and Hermione, he decided to press his luck and call on the boy. "Harry," he said gently and watched the dark-haired Gryffindor get to his feet. "The incantation is, Expecto Patronum, sir," he said in a quiet voice as he met the monk's eyes and gave a small smile since it was Remus who had taught the spell to the boy during his 3rd year. That is correct, thank you Harry, he said, and the boy returned to his seat. Now, I will be calling on you one at a time to try and summon a Patronus. He then proceeded to explain how one was to move their wand and what the properties of a proper Patronus were before he began to call students up to the front of the class to attempt the spell. Most managed to get a fine silver mist to leave their wands, but nothing more. Hermione and Ron though each managed a distinct silver cloud, and though neither of them had any form they were the closest thing to a proper Patronus seen. Good job students, next time we will be working on this spell some more and hopefully we can get some shapes from it. Excuse me, Professor, came a voice from the back of the room. Yes Parvati, is something wrong? Well, I thought you said we were all going to have to attempt this spell in front of the class, and Harry hasn't done it yet. I don't think that's very fair to the rest of us, she said with smugness, expecting the boy to make a fool of himself like the rest of them. Remus looked quickly at Harry before turning back to the other students to try and explain why he hadn't called on Harry when the boy himself stood and spoke to the professor. It's okay Remus, I don't mind, he said before he caught himself and added, sorry, Professor Lupin, at the end, trying to get out of the habit of referring to the man so informally. Very well, please come on up Harry, he said as he motioned for the student to take his place in front of his housemates who were looking coldly at him for a moment before Parvati spoke up again. Harry, you seem to have forgotten your wand, she said as she giggled along with Lavender, you can't do this without it. Please settle down students. Harry, go ahead, he said as his gaze met that of Sirius who was watching expectantly. Harry just nodded as he held his arm out in front of himself without saying a word, and almost instantly a brilliant silver stag erupted from his palm and stood expectantly surveying the students before turning to Harry and fading away since it had not found any Dementors to challenge. Harry lowered his arm and turned to look at Remus and Sirius who both looked amazed but slightly happy at his demonstration before Remus spoke up. Thank you Harry, you may take your seat, he said, and Harry looked back to the other students as he approached his seat next to Ron. All of them had their mouths hanging open in shock and just continued to stare at him even long after he had sat down. Even Ron and Hermione looked completely dumbstruck. Okay, for next time, I want you all to read the section of your book relating to Dementors and write a foot of parchment about them and how the Patronus charm affects them. Dismissed, said Remus. Finally, everyone began to gather their belongings and set out towards potions. As they were walking down the hall, Hermione looked expectantly at Harry before speaking. Harry, that was amazing, she exclaimed. Yeah, did you see the look on Parvati's face when she saw your Patronus? It was classic, added Ron as he laughed heartily. Harry could only smile at his friend's excitement as they entered the dank dungeon potions classes were held in. They took their seats at a long bench in the back of the classroom and waited patiently for their professor to show up, Harry occasionally receiving strange looks from his housemates and Slytherin students alike. Within a few minutes, the potions master entered the room and without speaking began to write the ingredients for that day's potion on the board, all the students copying them down hastily. When he was finished, he turned to face the class. Today we will be brewing the Dreamless Sleep potion for use in the infirmary. Please remember that if you mess this potion up, you are putting every person in this castle at risk from your incompetence. I doubt many of you will be able to brew this correctly, but please try not to screw up too badly, he said as he began to pace the room and look over every student's shoulder, scolding and taking points off of the Gryffindor students and giving points freely to his own house. When he approached Harry's cauldron though, he didn't comment on the potion but instead gave the boy a stern warning that only Ron and Hermione overheard. Potter, your powers may have increased, but watch your back. There are still supporters of the Dark Lord that have not been found out and they will be after you. Don't underestimate anyone you don't know, he muttered softly, his voice sounding genuinely concerned as he looked intently into the boy's eyes before he raised his voice so the rest of the students could hear his words. And if you ever speak to me the way you did this morning, you will be serving detention in the forest for the rest of your time here, he said with his usual bitterness returning to his voice. Harry was stunned. The potions master's words seemed to turn his insides to ice. If anybody knew about dark activities, it would be Snape, and Harry took his warnings to heart. After the lesson was over, the trio made their way to the Great Hall for lunch where Ginny was waiting with a large smile on her face. Upon seeing their expressions though, her own face sunk and she asked them what was wrong. Ron explained Snape's words to her and then they all turned to look at Harry expectantly before he shook his head telling them he preferred to talk about something else. The rest of their classes passed by in a haze and before they knew it, it was the first week of December. Harry had caught up in all of his classes and had succeeded in shocking every professor at one point or another with his skills at wandless magic, performing the most difficult charms and transfigurations with ease, surpassing even Hermione's abilities with no difficulty. He was even slowly regaining the trust of his housemates and could regularly be seen helping the younger and older students alike with their charms and transfiguration homework, but the members of the other houses still treated him as though he were invisible and refused to acknowledge him, but at least he still had Ron, Hermione, and Ginny beside him and he was beginning to act more like his old self. As the fall slowly turned into winter, the black-haired Gryffindor could be seen laughing with his friends and godfather as they sat out on the lawns, doing homework or having a picnic next to the lake, Remus sometimes joining their light-hearted gatherings, but deep down, they all knew that the good times would eventually end. Quidditch season had been put on hold until after the holidays since the pitch and stands had to be repaired after the battle at the end of last term and Harry was anxious for practices to begin again. Harry was thrilled to be back in the company of the only family he had ever known, and if it weren't for the nightmares that plagued his dreams every night, he could have put the past behind him, especially since the strange voice had not been heard since his first day back in class. He still had not told Ginny or anybody else about what else happened during the time he was missing, much to the disappointment of his friends and godfather, but they had all agreed not to press the issue. He would tell them when he was ready. Little did they know though, his nightmares always ended in at the same instant, the moment he heard Voldemort's voice. Sure, he remembered bits and pieces about what had happened, but it was so fragmented and distorted that he couldn't have told anybody even if he had wanted to. Though he didn't want to tell them, he was content with life as it was and would not willingly do anything to cloud his own private Eden, even going so far as to block out Snape's warning about dark wizards. A week before the Christmas break though, his temporary happiness was shattered as Snape's warning came back full force. The Gryffindor 7th years were sitting in the defense classroom about to begin their lesson when their professor made a startling announcement. I know I told you that we would be reviewing some of the curses you have learned in the past years today, but there has been a slight change in plans. The ministry has requested that all the 7th year students put on a demonstration for the younger years this morning. His announcement was met by an excited chatter that only dissipated when he raised his arms for silence. After the events of last year, all of you have had practical experience in dueling and are quite good at it, but the younger students, particularly the first and second years, have had no such experience and have no true idea about just what magic can be used to accomplish, and it is your job to show them. He said all of this with a tight-lipped expression as though he didn't agree with the demonstration at all, and a moment later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione figured out why. You will be randomly partnered with another member of your house and duel until one of you is incapacitated by either spell or by being unarmed by your opponent. All students must participate in this as it is a part of your practical exam for your newts. In other words, you have to participate in order to graduate, no exceptions. Another thing these duels will accomplish is that several Aurors are present and will choose your partners and evaluate your performance, looking for some new recruits. With that said, his eyes turned to look into those of Harry, fearing what he would find there. His face had lost all of its color and his eyes were wide and horrified, knowing what would happen. He was no longer terrified by the sight of a wand, as long as it was not directed at himself, and Remus could only guess what the consequences would be for the poor student who was partnered with Harry. Ron and Hermione looked at their friend in apprehension as well before turning their gazes back to the professor as if silently begging him not to make Harry do this. We will be meeting the other students in the Great Hall, so if you would please proceed there immediately, he told the rest of the class before approaching the front desk. Harry, I'm sorry, but we can't do anything about this, but Merlin knows serious and I tried our damnedest last night when Dumbledore told us. He was rubbing the bridge of his nose as he said these words and the three students knew that they had no choice. Is it the new minister commanding this? Asked Hermione with a tone of irritation in her voice. No, Fletcher is a good man, but he has little say in the matter. It's the Aurors who want this done. It seems that they want to evaluate the graduating class's abilities, to see if anyone would be an asset to the department. Apparently, the entire department was infiltrated with Death Eaters who were found after those who were left behind were arrested, so they are in desperate need of a few good witches and wizards to replace the traitors, he explained to the 3 students. I'm sorry, Harry, he said again as he looked back to the black-haired boy. We had better get going. Sirius is waiting for us in the hall. The 4 of them stood and walked in silence down the corridors and stairs leading to the Great Hall, passing many Aurors along the way, all of whom gave Harry slightly surprised looks as he walked by and whispering to their colleagues. Isn't that Potter? Yeah. Wonder what he's doing. I don't know, but I'm surprised he's here. From what I've heard, he is on the verge of going completely insane. It's crazy that he's allowed to attend classes at all. He should probably be locked up in St. Mungo's psychiatric ward. They all blocked the comments and questions out, and followed the rest of the students into the hall. The tables and chairs from breakfast had disappeared and there was a large stage set up in the middle, around which the younger students were gathering eagerly. The 7th years were all congregating around their respective heads of house along the far wall of the room, and as the trio approached McGonagall, she looked up in surprise and just stared at them in annoyance before resuming her speech, apparently not too happy with their tardiness. As I was saying, the visiting Aurors will partner you up with one of your housemates and you will duel until one of you is unarmed or otherwise prevented from continuing. The only rules are, of course, no unforgivable curses may be used and no physical contact. We shall begin in a few minutes. Hufflepuff will be first, then Ravenclaw, followed by Slytherin, and we will be last. Remember, the important thing about this is to demonstrate higher levels of magic for the younger students, so have fun. She gave her house a smile before making her way over to Professor Lupin and dragging him away from the listening students. Once she was out of earshot, she began speaking in curt whispers. Why is Harry here, Remus? The Aurors demanded all students participate, and they refused to let him off, saying he won't graduate if he doesn't. Did they realize how hard this will be for him? She sounded almost worried. Again, if he doesn't participate, he won't graduate. Will he be all right? I don't know, I hope so. What about the student he is forced to duel with, will they be all right? Harry would never hurt anybody intentionally, Minerva, you know that, he gently reprimanded her. I agree with you, but do you really think Harry will be able to survive another person pointing a wand at him and casting spells directly at him? I hope so, said the werewolf wearily. Just then, the doors behind the stage opened and the headmaster walked out, followed closely by about 20 men and women in the traditional Aurors robes of dark blue. All the students and professors turned their attention to the old wizard as Lupin and McGonagall made their way back to the Gryffindor students. Thank you for all coming to watch and participate this morning, and let's not put the competition off any longer. It's my pleasure to introduce the Ministry of Magic's head Auror, Mr. Edward Shaw. There was a scattered applause at the introduction as the man to Dumbledore's right stepped forward and began to partner up the Hufflepuff students. He was a tall, athletic-looking man with close-cropped brown hair and dark eyes, and as he paired people up, it was shown that he had a strange ability to match people with similar skill levels together to make it as fair of a fight as possible. But something about the man made Harry think there was more to him than met the eye, as though he were trying to hide something from everyone else present. Harry was in a state of utter dread as Shaw walked among the 7th-year Hufflepuffs and matched them up with their partners. Once he was finished, he made his way back to the side of the headmaster and they along with the other Aurors took their places in a long row of chairs lining one side of the stage. He was completely oblivious to the battles taking place before him and the scattered ohs and ahs from the younger students. He didn't notice who won each match, nor the fact that the Slytherin students were already being paired up and dueling against each other, or that their duels were much more violent than the duels of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. In fact, he wasn't pulled from his thoughts until he saw a man with short brown hair and a roll of parchment approach the Gryffindor students. He was walking among them slowly and staring at them each in turn as though evaluating them before he began to speak crisply. You will be first, he said as he pointed to Neville and Seamus, who moved to stand next to each other. What are your names? He asked, and when answered, he scribbled them on the parchment he was holding. He then moved to partner Hermione with Dean and Parvati with Lavender, and as he wrote down their names, he approached Ron and Harry. "You two will be last. What are your names?" "Ronald Weasley," said Ron nervously as he looked at the still pale best friend at his side. "Harry Potter," he whispered, and upon his words, the cool and composed Auror did a double take as he directed his eyes to Harry's forehead as though not believing he was who he claimed to be, and when he saw the scar, a twisted smirk crossed his face as he wrote down their names. "Very well," was all he managed to mumble before turning and walking hastily back to his seat. Harry didn't pay attention to his housemates' duels until he saw Hermione nervously take the stage with Dean at her side. The pair bowed to one another before assuming the proper stance, facing one another with their faces focused. "Expelliarmus!" shouted Dean. At the same moment Hermione shouted, "Stupefy!" Both jumped out of the way of the other's curse easily before beginning to yell their second curses, each one dodging the other as well. Their fight lasted the longest of any before it, nearly 5 minutes before Hermione cast the full body bind on her opponent, declaring her the winner. Smiling, she cast the counter curse and helped the sheepish-looking Dean to his feet, and the pair descended the stairs as Lavender and Parvati took the stage. All too soon, it was time for Harry and Ron to ascend the thin staircase and take their places on the stage, the entire hall falling silent around them. Ron drew his wand and they were about to bow to one another when Shaw cleared his throat loudly and addressed Harry from his place beside the stage. "Mr. Potter, are you not aware that participation is a requirement for you to graduate?" Harry nodded his head mutely. "You can't just stand there and not fight and expect to be given credit. You must duel and defend yourself." Harry silently nodded his head again, angering the Auror. "Then I would recommend that you draw your wand, Mr. Potter," he said thickly. To this sentence, Harry replied with a simple 4 words, "I don't need it," his expression never changing from the cool indifference that covered it. The Auror was furious. "And why not, Potter? Are you too high and mighty to duel with your peers?" The congregated teachers and students didn't know what to do but sit and watch in fascination. "I am planning on dueling with Ron," Harry said simply as though it were the most obvious sight in the world. "If you would please allow us to get started," he added as an afterthought. "Without a wand, do you honestly think it will be a fair fight?" "Yes." At this, the Auror stood and joined the 2 Gryffindors on the stage, facing Harry and turning his back on Ron. "How? He has a wand and you don't, and everybody knows that magic can't be controlled without a wand, and only one wandless spell exhausts the caster. There is no way one with a wand can be defeated by one without a wand," he yelled in frustration, completely oblivious to the looks he was receiving from the students and professors, all who had seen Harry perform wandless magic on more than one occasion and knew just what he was capable of. Harry's next words shocked all present and caused many jaws to drop, no one believing that he would dare talk to the most powerful Auror in the Ministry in such a manner. "How can you be so certain?" Shaw became livid. "Because it's impossible," he roared, his scream echoing around the great hall like the roar of a dragon. Harry just smiled slightly at the angry man before continuing, his soft words having more of an impact than the yells before. "Why don't you prove your point, sir?" "What are you on about, Potter? You heard me. Prove it, right here in front of everybody. Prove that a wizard without a wand can't defeat a wizard with a wand," he stated with his face still not showing any emotion whatsoever, much to the amusement of the students and the irritation of Shaw. "Very well, Potter," he growled, "but when you are beaten by your housemate, we shall see who is right." He turned to go back to his seat, but Harry's words stopped him abruptly. "No, I didn't say to have Ron prove your point for you. Prove it for yourself if you are certain your abilities can beat my own." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.